Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The lure of gold brought many settlers to the early western United States. The government regulated the filing of claims to the best of its ability, but gunplay settled many boundary disputes, and it was in the gold country that the masked rider of the plains did some of his best work. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought for the rights of honest men, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. And now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills. There's going to be trouble in the gold country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Steve Gardner's mine was in the district surrounding Oak Falls. As our story opens, we see a hard-faced man working at the end of the long tunnel which has been dug into the side of the hill.
Colors. Gold ore. I hit the vein. Bull! Hey, Bull!
What do you want, Jake?
Come here and come a-running.
Hey, what's the excitement?
Bull, I found it. I found it. I knew blame well Steve's vein hadn't run out. All he'd done was come to a fault. If he'd kept on going, he'd have struck the vein again.
Sharp as Jehoshaphat. Here, give me that pick. I'm going to have a look for myself.
There. Just pick up that piece you knocked off and have a look at it.
Golly, it's richer than it was before Steve lost it.
And bigger. Look at there. Well, that vein's twice as thick through as it was before.
We're rich. We're going to have a fortune.
Hold on a second.
Huh? What for?
Ain't you forgetting something?
Forgetting something.
You're forgetting this vein ain't on our claim. Where we're standing is Steve's property.
That's so. But that something can be fixed.
Yeah?
We could offer him a price for his claim. After all, as far as he knows, it ain't worth much.
Oh, don't be a doggone fool. You know just how far we'd get trying to do business with him again after that one claim we sold him.
The one we sold it, you mean? Jake, I never seen a fella so tarnation mad as he was after that deal. He was fit to be tied.
Especially because he couldn't prove nothing. But it looks like the couple of $100 we made on that claim is going to keep us from cleaning up on this other.
I don't know. Steve's pa's mighty sick and needs a heap of doctoring. Steve might jump at the chance to get a little cash on hand.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Well, come along. Won't hurt none to talk to him. If he's too blame stubborn to sell, well, there's ways to get around that.
You got something in mind, Bull?
I might have. And here's the hole that takes us into the main tunnel. Blast it, Jake, why'd you have to make it so small a fella can hardly squeeze through?
Well, it had to be small enough to cover up easy, didn't it? If anybody ever found out we tunneled from our claim into Steve's, it'd be the devil to pay.
Well, you go on through first.
Sure. I like the shoulder. All right, Bull, come on.
Blasted hole ain't big enough for a snake. There. Like I was saying, Jake, if Steve won't sell, I got another idea.
Yeah?
I figure something happened to Steve, his pa'd sell out and be glad of the chance.
Something happened to Steve. Now, look here, Bull. If you're planning to drill him, you can count me out. I don't aim to have the sheriff on my trail.
We couldn't be blamed if somebody else drilled him, could we?
Huh?
Yeah, here's the entrance. Doggone if I ain't always glad to get outside again where a fella don't have to worry about rock caving in on him. There's smoke showing from Steve's place. He must be home, all right. Come on.
Just what you mean about somebody else drilling Steve?
You ever hear of Big Stone Canyon?
Oh, don't recollect nothing.
If Steve won't sell, that place is just made to order for us.
Yeah, but what about...
I'll tell you about it later. We don't want Steve to hear nothing.
Come on in. Why, if I'd known it was you fellas knocked, I'd have told you to go to blazes.
Fixing yourself something to eat, huh? Maybe it's being hungry makes you so blamed unsociable.
Get out of here.
Is that Jason Bull, Stevie?
Yeah, Pa, but them skunks won't be in here long.
Now, Steve, 'tain't no use you talking like that when we come to do business. You ailing so you can't get out of bed, Mr. Gardner?
I'm all a sailing, Dad Rabbit. If it ain't one thing, it's the other. Stevie, give me another swallow of my medicine, won't you?
Just a minute, Pa, till I've settled with these polecats. All right, state your business, then make tracks.
Steve, how would you like to sell out?
Sell out?
Sure. Me and Jake was just talking today about how bad you needed cash. We thought maybe if we bought your claim, it'd help you out some.
We wouldn't be needing cash if you hadn't cheated us on that other claim you sold us.
Shucks, Steve, we're as sorry about that as you are. That's why we'd like to make it up to you now.
Sure. That's why, Steve.
You're up to something crooked again. You fellas never done nobody a favor in your lives.
Your claim's petered out, ain't it?
Yeah, but
and a little cash is better than none, ain't it?
Not if it's your cash.
Come on now, Steve. That ain't no way to talk.
Shut up and listen to me. I know you fellas sold that claim I bought off on you. Even if I can't get evidence, it'll stand up in court. If I hadn't found the one I got now, we'd have been dead broke, and Pa might have died. And I don't care if this claim's finished, too. I'll never do business with low-down, ornery, cheating skunks like you fellas again. And that goes as it lays, so get.
Come on, Jake. Ain't no use talking sense to an hombre that don't know sense when he sees it.
If you fellas come in here again, I'll take my shooting iron to you.
We gave you your chance, Steve, and you threw it down. We won't be back. Blasted fool.
Told you he wouldn't listen, didn't I?
And I told you if he didn't, there was another way to deal with him. And there is. Come on. I'll tell you about Big Stone Canyon and what I had in mind.
It was almost 2 weeks later that Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, heard someone call to him as he rode down a winding mountain trail.
Injun! Hey, Injun!
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Come over here, Redskin. Come here. I want to talk to you.
Me come. Get him up, Scout.
Gosh almighty, Injun. I'm sure glad to see you.
Oh, Scout. Oh. You want me?
Injun, would you like to make yourself some cash?
What me do?
You know where Oak Falls is?
That's where a fella mine gold.
That's right. That's where I was heading when my horse went lame just now. Blast the luck. I had something real important to do there. Now I won't be able to make it.
Where horse?
That's my horse over there, tethered to that sapling. Now look here, Redskin.
You do like I want, and there's more than $100 in it for you.
That plenty.
You just bet it is. Are you on?
You tell Tonto what do.
Well, it's like this, Injun. I've been prospecting around these hills, and I run across a place where there's more gold laying around loose than you can shake a stick at. I wanted to get to Oak Falls to tell a fella I know about it. Now that my horse is lame, I can't ride no farther.
Me tell fella you find gold.
No, Injun, you can't do that.
What matter?
Well, you see, Injun, the fella I want you to tell don't like me. He thinks I done him a dirty deal once, so he won't believe nothing I say.
Oh.
I was wondering how I'd let him know without my name being connected with it. Then when I seen you, it came to me how it could be done.
What feller's name?
He's a young hombre by the name of Steve Gardner. You can't mistake him. He's got a paw that's ailing all the time. Here. I'll give you this poke of mine. There's over $100 worth of gold in there.
Where you get gold?
You just tell Steve you found this gold in Big Stone Canyon, and...
What you say?
Say, you know that place?
No. No, me not know.
Oh. I didn't figure you looked like an Injun to come from around them parts. Well, will you do it?
How to do it?
Tell Steve Big Stone Canyon is right where the Bitterroot swings south on the other side of the hills. He can tell it by all the big stones laying loose outside the entrance. And you can keep them nuggets for your trouble. Now, you got everything straight?
Me not forget.
Good. That's just fine. Now, get along with you. Remember, you do it just like I said.
Me go now.
Adios.
Get 'em up, Scout.
And you say you know there isn't gold in Big Stone Canyon, Tonto?
No, they're not Golden Canyon.
But you didn't let them suspect you'd been there before, did you?
Me fool 'em plenty.
Good. I wonder what that fellow's game is. You said Big Stone Canyon is the burial place of a famous Indian chief. That means it's sacred to his tribe. Any white man found prospecting there would be killed.
Not right.
Tonto, we're going to look into this.
What we do?
Steady, Silver. We're riding to Oak Falls.
Oh.
You're going to do exactly what that man told you. Unless he thinks that Steve Gardner is tricked, he'll not show his hand. Show Steve the gold. Tell him you found it in the canyon. Then leave the rest to me.
How to do that?
Come on, Tonto.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Go right ahead, Redskin. Fill up your plate again. You're welcome to anything we got here.
Me not want more.
Shucks, you haven't had enough to keep a bird alive. Hey, Paul, feeling good enough to have some of this bacon?
Now, you just let me sleep some, Stevie. Maybe later on in the day I'll be able to swallow some victuals.
Him sick?
Paul ain't been well for the past 5 years, Redskin. Gosh, I'd give my right arm to have the cash to send him east where he could be took care of right. But it ain't likely I'll ever have that much all at one time.
Maybe me help him.
Huh? What could you do?
Injun know many medicine, paleface not know.
Well, it's mighty kind of you, Redskin, but I reckon you couldn't do any more for him than a sawbones in town has done. Hey, where you going?
Me leave now.
What are you doing with that leather poke?
Me pay for grub.
Now, hold on, Redskin. We don't want no pay for what you ate. Why, Jerusalem, Redskin. Where'd you get that gold?
Me find long way off.
Gold? If I knew where to lay my hands on some nuggets like Tim, I could take care of Pa the way he should be. I could... Gosh, Redskin, you wouldn't tell me just where it was you found that, would you?
Me tell you.
You will?
Me find in Big Stone Canyon.
Huh? Where's that?
It where Bitterroot River goes south. The big stone outside. That how canyon get name.
And there's more of that gold where you found that?
Plenty more.
Whoa! Say, you haven't told nobody else about this canyon, have you?
Tonto only tell you.
Pa, did you hear that? The Redskin told me where I could get more gold like he's got. Hey, Redskin, come here. You said maybe you could help Pa. I don't suppose you can, but would you be willing to stay with him while I'm gone? If you ain't, I'll have to let that gold go. I can't leave Paul by himself.
No, Stevie.
Me stay.
Redskin, you're a gift from heaven. You're the best fellow I ever seen. I'm getting packed and I'm leaving for Big Stone Canyon today. Come on, boy. Don't what you traipsing along so slow? Get up there. Shucks, you're the laziest horse I ever did see. But I'm telling you, fella, if you carry me to where there's real pay dirt, I'll see to it you don't ever have to work again. I'll turn you loose where the pasturing's long and tasty and green. I'll feed you so many oats you'll get so fat you won't be knowing yourself.
Come on, Silver!
Who's that?
Hurry, old fellow!
A masked man, an outlaw. Get up there, get up there.
Hold on, yeah!
Get away from me. Get up there.
You can't get away! Stop your horse!
Let go of that bridle or I'll plug you.
No, you won't!
You snatched my gun.
Go, Silver! Silver!
Blast you, what's the idea? You can't get
You're
away.
going with me, Steve.
But wait a
Don't
minute.
argue. You're going to my camp.
I haven't no cash. I ain't got nothing an outlaw'd want.
That's what we're going to find out.
I got it. You're a friend of Bull's and Jake's. They sent you gunning for me. Just like them polecats to hire somebody to shoot me down.
Just the contrary. I'm saving your life.
Wait, I tell you, wait.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As Steve Gardner was making his way toward Big Stone Canyon in the belief that he could find gold there, he was captured by the Lone Ranger. Several weeks later, we see the two miners known as Bull and Jake as they approach the Gardner cabin.
Don't figure we're calling on old Andy too soon, do you, Bull?
Steve's been gone 3 weeks, ain't he?
Yeah, but I don't...
Nothing. I savvy them Injuns by Big Stone Canyon. If they didn't scalp Steve for going in there, I'll eat my shirt.
They most likely did, but you can't be sure.
Look here, Jake. If Steve was alive, he'd have been back here by this time after finding out he got fooled.
Yeah, maybe.
And if he ain't been killed, it don't make no difference. Just so he ain't around.
Huh? Why don't it?
Because I've been looking things up. And I found where he's got both his claims registered in his pa's name.
Is that a fact?
Uh-huh. We're going to get Andy to sell out to us, or I'll know the reason why.
He ain't like Steve. I ain't worried about him not selling it.
Come on in, Tonto. I told you didn't have to knock. It ain't Tonto.
Nope, Andy. It's me and Jake.
You wouldn't have walked in here like that if Steve was to help.
This ain't no time for hard words, Andy. We got some bad news for you.
Bad news.
About Steve, your boy.
And there ain't nothing happened to him, has there?
Well, it's... No, shucks, you tell him, Jake.
Wait till I sit down.
Sure.
I thought I was getting stronger since Tonto's been here, but I reckon I'm a mite weaker than I figured.
Andy, this redskin you call Tonto's been the means of killing Steve.
No. Steve? Dead? No. It can't be so.
I'm powerful sorry to have to tell you about it, but it's so. Me and Bull just heard about it today, so we came right over.
Go on.
You see, Andy, it seems like this canyon where Steve went is a bad place for white folks. The Injuns up there won't stand for a white man going in the canyon, 'cause it's a place where a chief of theirs was buried.
And when Steve went inside looking for gold,
Them redskins found his trail and killed him.
Steve dead. I just don't seem able to get it through my head. It don't seem no ways possible.
The trapper told us. He wouldn't have no reason for lying about it.
I reckon not.
I don't suppose you're any too well fixed for cash, are you, Andy?
If it hadn't been for Tonto, I wouldn't have had nothing to eat. And to think it was Tonto got my boy killed.
What we was thinking was that maybe now, needing cash like you do, you'd consider selling the claim.
Selling?
Oh, why not? You ain't got the strength to work it.
No.
And what if Steve was again selling it to us? He sure wouldn't ask you to starve on account of the way he felt.
I don't know. It don't seem hardly right. But there ain't nobody else that'll buy, and I gotta have cash for grub.
Then you'll sell, sure enough?
Give me time to sort of think it over, won't you?
Sure, if that's what you want, Andy. We ain't gonna rush things. Only...
Yeah?
Well, even if you do like this redskin that's been staying with you, I wouldn't think you'd exactly hanker to be living off him no longer. After what happened.
Just let me think it over, that's all. I'll give you your answer tomorrow.
Good enough. Let's get home, Jake. I reckon Andy'd like to be alone for a spell.
Uh-huh. We'll be back again tomorrow at just this same time.
I'll be here.
Good day to you.
Steve gone. The boy I raised all these years. There wa'n't no finer boy anywhere.
Andy.
A masked man.
Listen to me, Andy. Steve isn't dead.
But they just told me.
I know what they told you, but I'm telling you the truth.
But,
Here, read this. It's a note from Steve. I think it'll explain everything.
Why, he says he's been with you all this time.
He has.
But why didn't he let me know? Why?
It was hard on you, Andy, but it had to be done this way. If you'd known the truth, Bull and Jake might have guessed it. This way, they're convinced you believe Steve is dead.
But, stranger, I still don't
Does
see...
that note convince you that I'm your friend?
Steve says to trust you, mister, and I reckon what Steve says is good enough for me.
Good. I've learned a number of things lately. Enough to find a way to punish Bull and Jake.
What's that?
They plotted Steve's death, Andy. But if you do exactly what I tell you, they'll be brought to justice.
They schemed to kill Steve?
They did.
Why, the low-down rotten skunks. Stranger, tell me what your scheme is.
Like we promised we'd be.
I don't reckon you feel much like talking business the way things are, but, well, after all, you gotta think of how you're gonna live.
That's all right, fellas. Sit down.
Well, now, you're taking it real sensible. Sure, we'll sit down.
Have you made up your mind yet?
I suppose rightly I ought to sell.
Why, sure you should.
And like I told you before, there ain't been nobody but you fellas ever gave an offer for the claim.
Shucks, why should they? The vein run out, didn't it?
That's what I can't figure. If the claim's no good, what do you fellas want with it?
Now, look here, Andy. Don't get the notion we're going to offer a whole pile of cash for the mine.
What'll you give me?
Oh, $100? We don't aim to be stingy about this.
It ain't enough.
Huh? Why, you're loco.
Shucks, don't argue with them, Jake. We'll give $200.
Nope. If you want that mine, you'll give $1,000.
I say that's twice as much as you paid us for that other claim.
Uh-huh.
Well, we won't consider...
Shut up, Jake. Andy, it's a bargain. We'll pay you $1,000. Though why we're so doggone soft-hearted, I'll be blamed if I know.
You got the cash with you?
How much are you carrying, Jake?
I got it if you don't mind taking folding money.
Folding money'll do me. Just a second. I got the papers here all ready for signing.
Good enough. How about witnesses?
Wait, I think I seen a couple of fellas just pass by. They'll do all right. Hey, you fellas.
All of us?
Step in here a minute, won't you?
Sure.
They coming?
They're right here. Howdy, fellas. Step in. Don't mind witnessing some papers, do you?
Shucks, glad to oblige.
Here's the papers, fellas. And here's pen and ink on the table. Look the papers over, then sign up and pay me the cash.
I'll look at them papers.
Them the right ones, Bull?
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, these are the ones, all right.
Where's that pen, huh?
Whoa, what the?
An outlaw. Wearing a mask.
Stand still, all of you.
Are you?
Covered. Careful, Jake. He looks like he'll plug you. I will if you slap, brother.
What do you want with us? If this is a holdup, you'll pay for it, mister.
Well, we ain't got no cash on the stranger. Honest, we ain't.
I'll see about that. Line up there. You can. And keep still.
Take your hands off of me. I ain't got no cash, I told you.
Don't move. I'll search the rest of you. You there. You.
Yeah.
Nothing worth taking. We told you we didn't have anything. I just wasted my time on you. I'm going. But if a man follows me outside of this door within the next 10 minutes, he'll get grilled.
Ooh. Gosh, he never even touched the pocket that had my cash in it.
Well, maybe he didn't. We're going to sign these papers pronto and give the cash to Andy. Then if that crook comes back again, it'll be Andy that's robbed instead of us. Here, hand me that pen.
The deed was transferred and the money paid. Then, the next day, Bull and Jake, congratulating themselves on their cleverness, went to work with pick and shovel in the mine.
I'm going to rest a minute, Jake. Ooh, that's hot work.
Boy, it sure is.
The more I think this deal over, Jake, the funnier it strikes me.
It was a slick one, all right.
But the best part of it is that even when we get through to where the vein starts again, old Andy won't be able to say nothing. It ain't our fault we run into high-grade ore, and it's happened lots of times before that mines that were supposed to be worthless started paying again.
Yeah.
The old galoot kind of surprised me, though. I never reckoned he'd be stubborn enough to hold out for what he did.
Shucks, I thought he'd jump at the chance to get 100 for his claim.
Well, it don't matter none. We'd paid 10 times as much, we'd still be getting a bargain. Well, this ain't getting us nowhere, standing here talking. Yeah. How much further do you figure we have to dig, Jake?
Maybe 5-6 feet.
Well, then, let's get at it.
We're through.
We strike the vein?
Yeah, look, there's colors.
By golly, you're right. Jake, we bought a fortune for $1,000.
Yeah, look at that.
Stop working now.
What's the same masked man?
Come on, men.
Well, Bull, thanks for doing that work for me. You too, Jay. Steve.
We thought you was dead.
Well, I ain't, and I've come back to claim my mine. You can't do it.
We don't care what happened. This mine was bought and paid for by us.
Even if you ain't dead, Steve, your pa had the right to sell it.
And he sold you men of mine, but not this one.
Huh? What's that?
If you look at your deed again, you'll find you bought the mine you'd sold it and sold to Steve some time ago.
That ain't so. Bull, you looked at them papers, didn't you?
He's trying to bluff us. Of course I looked at them, and they was for this mine right here. Well, they were when you looked at them. What do you mean? But you didn't sign the same papers you looked at.
Look,
The masked feller's giving you the right of it, fellers.
But we signed the papers was on the table. Do you remember when I came in the cabin yesterday?
and held us up.
You were so busy watching me that you didn't pay any attention to Andy. He'd had a second group of papers prepared, and he substituted those when you weren't looking. Boy, the dirty... It was your own fault. You couldn't wait until the papers were signed and the money given to Andy. You wanted him to be the loser in case of another holdup.
Oh, you tricked us.
I'll show Watch out, Andy. Oh, let go my arm. Hey, you're breaking it.
Drop that gun.
There it is.
I'll take care of the crooks now, stranger.
Sheriff.
You're prisoner, Sheriff.
I'll see if they get a plenty. If we can't hold them on nothing else, assault with intent to kill, keep them in jail a mighty long time. All right, boys, bring them along. Come on.
Gosh, Steve, I was sure glad to hear it when the masked man told me you were still alive.
Paul, when I first met up with the masked fellow, I figured him to be a friend of these skunks. But it didn't take me long to figure different after I talked to him.
But how did he find out there was gold here?
He didn't know it till after these crooks started to work. He said we'd let them think they'd bought the mine, then they'd show why they wanted it.
Well, I'll be doggone. They showed us where the gold was, and on top of that, paid us back twice as much as we'd paid them for that no-good claim they sold us.
Paul, now you can go east and get all the fancy doctrine you need.
Look here, Stevie. I don't need no doctrine. The masked feller made us rich, and the Injun made me well. Them two fellers beat anything I ever seen.
Hail, Silver! Hoy! Come on, Silver! We're heading for Prairie Grove! Santa's waiting for us! Hello, Silver! Away!
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. It was a hard 2-day ride back from Fort Wallace, or I'd gone on government business. And I was pretty saddle-weary when I reached Dodge late the second night. So I went straight to bed without seeing anybody. I'd been gone a couple of weeks, but I'd wired Chester a few days before when to expect me back. And he wasn't surprised when I walked into the office next morning.
I figured you'd rode in last night sometime, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, bother me? Why, was there trouble last night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, but everybody was sort of expecting you.
Oh.
Where was you yesterday, anyway? I mean, where'd you ride from?
Pawnee Creek. I camped at Rocky Bend up there.
Oh, Rocky Bend's a good camp. I remember it. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Dillon, they hung up a new sign at the Texas Trail across the street there. Come on over here to the window and you can see it.
Well, I'll look later, Chester. I'd like to go through my mail now.
Yes, sir. Well, now who's that?
What?
About 4 men just pulled up in a wagon right out in front there. They're getting down. Hey, they're heading this way. I don't believe I know any of them.
Well, let them in anyway, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
Where's Marshal Dillon?
He's just sitting right there at his desk, mister.
Marshal? I'm Red Samples.
Hello?
These other men here work for me, except him. Huggins, come up here. This is Jim Huggins, Marshal.
Huggins?
Hello, Marshal. There's another man laying in the back of the wagon out there, Marshal. He's been shot.
Did you say shot?
That's what I said.
Oh, then I better run upstairs and get Doc Adams. I'll be back, Mr. Dillon.
Doc Adams ain't going to do him any good.
No?
The man's dead, Marshal. He's been dead since yesterday morning.
Who is he?
Lou Price.
Lou Price?
That's right. Same man you ran out of town about a month ago. You were pretty mad at him, the way I heard it.
Yeah, I was. He tried to put a knife into me.
Nobody saw him try.
How do you know that?
He told me. Lou Price was a sort of partner of mine, Marshal.
Oh?
Buying up cattle, Marshal, all over Kansas. Buying lots of them. I have me a big ranch when I'm through, up on Pawnee Creek.
Well, that's fine.
You were camped on Pawnee Creek night before last winter, Marshal.
Yeah, I was.
At Rocky Bend.
That's right.
Hear that, men? The only reason I asked Marshal was that Jim Huggins happened to see you there.
Oh, is that so? I don't remember seeing him.
Doesn't matter. As long as he saw you. Tell him, Huggins.
It was him, all right.
That's where Lou Price was shot, Marshal, at Rocky Bend. Poor Lou, he never had a chance. He wasn't even armed.
Happened yesterday morning. I seen the whole thing.
Huggins, tell us who killed Lou.
He did.
What?
You did, Marshal. You're the man I saw. You shot him.
All right, what's your game, Samples?
I've got no game. My partner was murdered. You had a grudge against him. You just admitted before witnesses you were at Rocky Bend. Jim Huggins has identified you as the man he saw kill Lou. It's good enough evidence for any court of law. You'll hang for it, Marshal.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
We're going down right now and swear it out legal on paper. Then I'm going to send it to the governor. Don't you try to get away, Marshal. We'll run you down, sure.
Yeah, I expect you would, Samples. Your men look like professional gunmen. Except for Huggins there.
I never saw Huggins till he run into us yesterday.
I don't bear you no grudge, Marshal. I'm only trying to do what's right.
Sure. Sure you are.
All right, let's get going, men. The sooner I get this to the governor, the sooner we'll see justice done. Remember what I said, Marshal. Don't you try to run.
What a pair.
What a buy. They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made, and it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price. Or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
I'll say one thing for Red Samples. He had about as good a case against me as I'd ever heard of against any man. And there was nothing I could do about it but wait and see what happened next. Meantime, he spread the word around Dodge, and people began looking at me like I was a white buffalo. I guess it wasn't often they had a U.S. Marshal walking around with a murder charge against him. But finally, one night, a couple of weeks later, something did happen. I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd at the Texas Trail.
I'll fetch you a drink, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty.
You're expecting trouble of some kind, aren't you?
Seems to me I got enough trouble already.
I know. Matt, I hate to say it, but I think half the people in Dodge believe you're guilty.
Yeah, sure. And the other half just doesn't care one way or the other.
Well, I don't think you are.
Don't you?
Of course I don't.
Then why don't we talk about something else?
You're edgy.
Sure, I'm edgy. I stay that way to keep from falling asleep all the time.
Now, don't get all riled up. I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I guess this business is getting on my nerves after all.
Well, I should think it would. Why don't you go and get good and drunk? Forget the whole thing that way.
Kitty, if I ever got drunk, I could name you 10 men right here in Dodge who'd cut cards for the honor of shooting me down.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester. Sit down.
Thank you. I've been down to the telegraph office, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any news?
Yes, sir, but you won't like it. Here it is, sir. A telegraph from Washington, D.C.
How do you know I won't like it?
Well, You see, I was standing there when he was writing it out, and I couldn't help watching him work and all.
I don't want to read it, Chester. You tell me what it says, huh?
Well, it's from the War Department, and it says they heard from the governor, and, well, you'd better read it, Mr. Dillon.
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Well, you're suspended.
What?
You're suspended from U.S. Marshal, Mr. Dillon. And to make it legal and formal like, they're sending somebody to arrest you and take you up to Hayes City for trial.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, Miss Kitty, but that's what it says. It's the only way they see how to clear this up proper.
Evening, Dillon. Miss Kitty. Oh, I see Chester beat me back with the news.
What? How'd you know about this, Samples?
I'm just as interested in this business as you are, Chester, so I sort of talked the clerk into giving me a copy of that telegram after you'd left.
Well, you got no doubt
It's okay, Chester. It doesn't matter.
Dillon, Dodge is going to breathe a lot easier now that you're suspended. You won't be around as marshal.
I'm still around, Samples.
But you're not marshal anymore. You won't be around for long, anyway.
Tell me something, Samples.
Sure.
With me out of office, are you going to be breathing easier, too?
I'll tell you, Dillon. There are two reasons I'll be glad to see you hang. One is for murdering my partner.
And the other?
Well, I always heard you were too strict here, and I like to do a little gambling now and then.
Oh?
In fact, I'm thinking of running a few tables myself.
I see.
It's more fun without some hard-nosed lawman looking over your shoulder all the time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'll see you at the trial. I hope I'm around when they come to arrest you, Dillon.
You probably will be.
So long.
What's he talking about, Mr. Dillon? You're being too strict. Why, there's plenty of gambling going on in Dodge right now.
Not his kind of gambling, Chester.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me he's buying up cattle and getting himself a big ranch. But he's probably going to finance it from his gambling. And that takes a lot of money. Sure, steady money.
Oh.
And I've always run crooked gamblers out of Dodge.
Matt, what are you going to do?
I don't know, Kitty. I'd sure like to have a talk with that witness of theirs, Jim Huggins.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I can't find him. I got him hid out someplace.
Matt, is there something I can do?
No, nothing, Kitty. Thanks anyway.
Well, there she comes, Mr. Dillon, right on time.
There are not many people at the depot this morning, are there?
No, sir, but anyway, I'm glad I talked you into walking down here with me. There is just nothing pleasures me more than watching a train come in.
Well, at least it doesn't cost anything.
My, I'd like to drive one of them. Wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
No, they're too noisy for me, Chester.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Maybe if I talked to the Santa Fe people, they'd let me try it sometime, you think?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Over there, just getting off, the man with the long hair.
Well, I'll be... It's Wild Bill Hickok.
It sure is. Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
How are you, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Hickok, just fine.
Hey, that's quite a surprise. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I didn't know myself till just before I left Abilene.
Huh? Well, how is Abilene these days?
Well, I'm still sheriff there. Guess I will be till somebody gets around to shooting me.
Oh, nobody's going to shoot you, Mr. Hickok.
They keep trying, Chester.
They keep missing, too, don't they, Bill?
Well, so far. Maybe that's just because nobody's tried to shoot me in the back yet.
Yeah, you've always worried about that, haven't you?
I'll tell you something, Matt.
What?
I don't think I'd mind so much if I was to be shot by a man like you.
By me?
You might take it in mind to try it. I never could tell which way he was going to jump next. Like, right now...
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You came here to arrest me, didn't you?
That's what I come for.
Yeah, sure. I might have known they wouldn't send a tin horn.
Guess they figured you might not take easy, Matt. I tried to tell them they could lose a good lawman this way. We're a pretty fair match, you and me.
Yeah? Yeah, we are.
Well?
It's your play, Bill.
No, I guess that can wait a while.
Okay.
I'm still on salary, man.
So?
Let's go have ourselves a drink.
Good.
You too, Chester?
Thank you. I'd be right proud to, Mr. Hickok.
I figure if I get a couple of drinks in you, Matt, I might worm your side of this business out of you.
Why, Bill? Don't you believe their side?
Well, I've seen you pretty mean and ornery, but even if I was to watch you judged and hung for it, I still wouldn't believe Matt Dillon killed an unarmed man.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, that girl headed this way. Ain't that Kitty?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Matt, I've been looking everywhere for you. Well, it's Bill Hickok.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. What are you doing in Dodge?
Well, I sort of come on business.
You said you were looking for me, Kitty?
Matt, I know where he is.
Where who is?
The witness they've been hiding, Jim Huggins.
What? Well, where is he?
Red Samples was in the Texas Trail drinking last night, and the bartender heard him tell one of his gunmen to take some food out to the loft at the OK stable.
Bill.
Yeah?
While you're buying me a drink, I think I'd kind of like to buy Kitty one. Later on, back at my office, I explained the situation to Bill Hickok, and we talked it over. And then we sat around the rest of the day talking about old times and people and horses and guns. And along about evening, we went up and laid out our plan to Doc Adams. As soon as it got dark, we went over to the OK stable and took Jim Huggins out of the loft and got him across the street and up to Doc's office before he was real sure what was happening.
Put him on the couch there, gentlemen. We want him to be comfortable.
What are you doing with me?
Move, Huggins. Do what Doc says.
That's it. Just over here. Yeah, that's fine, Huggins. Now then, you just relax.
When's Chester going to get here?
He'll be along, Bill.
Bill, huh? Who are you? I've never seen you before.
Mister, you're going to see me double before the night's out.
What?
Hey, never mind, Huggins. You'll find out. Now then, now you tell me. Have you ever had any heart trouble?
Heart trouble?
Yes. You ever have dizzy spells, faint, and have to lie down suddenly, or anything like that?
Well, a horse kicked me in the head once. Made me awful dizzy.
I'm asking about your heart, not your brains. I don't want anybody to die here. The business is bad enough as it is.
What are you going to do with me? What's this all about?
Oh, over here, Chester.
I got it. I got plenty.
That's good. Just put them on the table here, Chester. Let's... 3 quarts? Well, this is a man we're working on, not an elephant, Chester.
Well, I wanted to be sure there was enough, Doc.
Open one up, and Chester, there's a glass there.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's nothing but good whiskey, Huggins. And for once in your life, you're going to drink all of it you want. Maybe a little more. Here.
Oh, no, I don't want to drink all that whiskey, Marshal. I couldn't hold all that.
Oh, you can drink it slow, Huggins. But you're going to drink it. Now, go on. Go on, get started.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
They've got the taste and they've got mildness, millions all agree.
They're low in nicotine and they're the highest quality.
30 years research went into this great cigarette.
So here is all you say to get the finest smoking yet.
Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Remember, friends, Chesterfield is tested and approved by 30 years of scientific tobacco research. For the taste and mildness you want, next time say Chesterfield's for me. Buy a carton of king-size Chesterfield at the new low price, or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They're best for you.
You sure you got it all, Bill?
Just about, Matt. There she is. Want to read it over?
No, you heard everything I did.
Well, gentlemen, your friend Huggins has got one of the biggest hangovers coming up any man will have to endure.
Is he still out, Doc?
It won't hurt him any, though. I sent Chester out for some coffee.
I could use a little coffee myself, Doc.
There'll be enough. Oh, say, wasn't it something how that Huggins talked once he got started? I told you, you get enough whiskey in the man and he'd start bragging.
Well, you were sure right, Doc.
He's not going to feel so big and smart when he wakes up.
I don't know. The man was awful drunk. He may not even remember what he said.
He'll remember when we tell him we even know where he hid the money Red Samples paid him.
Yeah, that's Samples. Imagine him shooting his own partner.
Well, he's smart, Doc. You shoot your partner, you get his half, don't you?
That's a fine way for a lawman to be talking.
You mean an ex-lawman, don't you? You know, Bill, I'm just starting to get mad about all this. Come on, let's get going.
Now, Matt, you calm down a spell. We got to get Huggins to sign all I got wrote down here first. Doc, how long it'll be before he'll know what he's doing?
Oh, maybe 5, 6 hours.
Look, Bill, you do what you like, but I'm going after Samples before he finds out his witness is missing.
It don't seem quite legal till we get Huggins' signature.
Maybe not, but my arresting Samples isn't going to be quite legal anyway.
I'll arrest him.
No, you won't, Bill. He's mine.
All right, Matt. But I'm coming along.
Okay. But you stay out of it.
Matt, once you get your tail up and your stinger out, you're the hardest man to stop I ever saw. Matt, I've been thinking. Supposing we hadn't got Huggins to talk, what had you done then?
You mean would I have fought you when you tried to arrest me?
It's been on my mind, son.
I wouldn't have fought you.
Because we're a good match for each other?
I'll fight any man alive if I think I'm in the right.
Of course. I don't know you ever been afraid of anything.
I've been afraid lots of times, Bill. And so have you.
Well, maybe.
I guess I've worked on the side of the law too long to go against it just because I'm the one that's caught. Well, here's the Olafraganza. They'll be in here.
Which one's Samples, Matt?
The end of the bar, the one in the middle. The other two are his gunmen. Come on. Samples? Samples, I'm taking you to jail.
You gone crazy, Dillon? You're the one that's going to jail.
It's no use, Samples. Jim Huggins has confessed the whole deal.
What?
You killed Lou Price, and you paid Huggins to testify that I did it. You paid him $500 and promised him another $500 after the trial.
He's lying. Who's going to believe that?
I believe it. And don't look at your hired help. They're not going to get you out of this.
You can't throw anybody in jail, Dillon. You ain't a marshal anymore.
No, that's not stopping me.
It ain't legal.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. It's true Matt Dillon ain't a marshal right now, but I'm making this arrest, and I'm deputizing him to help me.
Who are you?
Sheriff, up at Abilene. Samples, I want them 2 hound dogs of yours to move a little to one side where I can keep an eye on them easier.
Forgetting it's 3 against 2.
That's fair enough odds for us. Start shooting.
No, Bill. There's no need for killing. I want these men alive.
You ain't taking me alive, Dillon. You, nor Hickok, nor anybody else. I ain't gonna hang.
Drop your gun belt, Samples.
Why? We just might be lucky enough to kill you. Take Dillon first, men, and then go for Hickok.
Wait, Samples.
Now!
All right. What about you two?
They never moved a finger, Matt. They're too scared.
All right, you gunmen. Pick up Samples and carry him out of here.
Ain't you gonna take their guns first, Matt?
You don't hobble a horse with a busted leg, Bill. Let them keep their guns. Later, Hickok and I decided to run Jim Huggins and Samples' 2 gunmen out of town. And the way they took off, we figured they reached California before they stopped to breathe. The next day, Bill went back to Abilene and took Huggins' confession with him. And a week later, I had a wire of apology from the governor. Washington took a little longer. They just sent me my regular paycheck with the time of my suspension carefully deducted, which left me almost enough money to pay for the liquor I'd poured into Jim Huggins.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
I'd just like to repeat what George Fenneman told you earlier. The Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. I hope you'll try them. Regular or king size, I'm sure you'll find Chesterfield is best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters. The light and mild smoke.
Without your letters, your friend in the service feels out of touch, lonely, and it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows a letter always makes a fellow feel better. Mail from you brings the warmth of home and friends to him wherever he is. So, write today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. Next week at the same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
You're not being fair to your father if you don't give me an explanation to take back to him. He went to some expense to have me make this trip. Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Whoa, Emily. Whoa. Here you are, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, Alex.
Would you be wanting me again today, sir?
No, I'm spending the rest of the day up in my room. I have a long, hard trip ahead of me tomorrow. For your trouble, Alex.
Oh, thank you, sir. Lummy, my pleasure. Good day, sir.
Good day, Alex.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, hey, boy.
I was meeting with Mr. What's his name?
Mr. Countryman?
Yes, sir.
Well, hey, boy, he has his troubles. He's hired me to go up to Vallejo to escort his daughter back to San Francisco.
Oh, why she need escort?
He got a letter from the sheriff saying that somebody has threatened her life, and the sheriff says he won't be responsible, thinks she'll have to come home. But she's a school teacher up there, and she doesn't want to come home, so Mr. Countryman wants me to go get her.
You'll leave tonight?
No, tomorrow, first thing. Would you make sure there's a horse ready for me at the livery stable in the morning?
Yes, sir.
I'll be up in my room. I'm going to finish that book I was reading and get to bed early. No visitors, hey, boy.
But, Mr. Paladin, the colonel is still in your room.
The what?
Yes, sir. He have many drinks of brandy and just sit there staring at chessboard.
We finished that game before I went out.
Oh, he say he find way out of checkmate. He wait till you come back. He's plenty tipsy by now.
Oh, no. Hey, boy, go tell him that I was detained, that I won't be back tonight. Let me know when he's gone. I'll be over in the bar.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
Also, while you're out, very pretty young lady asked for you. She says she wait in bar till you return. She lady from room 401. Kadug-a-dug-a-dug.
40... that lady. Well, it doesn't look like I'll finish reading that book tonight, does it? Hey,
oh, no, sir. But life in Carlton Hotel much more fun than life in book. Maybe so?
Hey, boy, you could be right. Early the next morning, I faced the sun and started my journey under the hire of Mr. Countryman. This afternoon, when I rode into the peaceful town of Vallejo, perched on an arrowhead of land chirping in Apple River where it flows into San Pablo Bay. When I signed the register at the only hotel, the clerk told me I could find Miss Lena Countryman at the schoolhouse, 3 miles away, just off the North Road on the banks of the river. By the time I arrived, she was waving goodbye to her pupils. Ooh.
Bye, Johnny. Goodbye, dear. Now, Johnny, you go straight home, you remember?
Miss Countryman?
Yes?
My name is Paladin.
If you're one of the sheriff's men, my answer's still the same. I won't leave Vallejo.
No, your father sent me.
My father? But how do
He
you...
wants me to see that you get back to San Francisco safely.
Oh, no. How in heaven's name did he find out?
The sheriff wrote him.
Is he upset?
Yes, very much so. But he doesn't know why your life has been threatened.
I suppose I should have written him. It would have been better coming from me.
Who is threatening you, Miss Countryman?
The people of Vallejo have it in their minds. Some say they've heard it for sure. That Dutch Talbot is on his way to take my life.
Dutch Talbot?
Yes.
The outlaw?
Yes. A wanted man with a big price on his head, so I've heard.
Why do they say this?
It's a long story, Mr. Paladin, and I don't care to discuss it. Besides, there's no need to take up your time. I must be getting home.
What about your father?
Tell him I'm all right, as you can see. Tell him that I'll write and explain. Good afternoon.
Miss Countryman,
Yes?
may I see you home?
Thank you, but I have my buggy. It's out back.
I'd like to ride with you, Miss Countryman. We could talk on the way. You're not being fair to your father if you don't give me an explanation to take back to him. He went to some expense to have me make this trip.
Oh, yes. Forgive me, Mr. Paladin. I've been rude to you.
Not at all, ma'am.
Oh, but I have. You're a gentleman, and I didn't perceive it at first. Your host and gunner misleading. But you're right. I should give you an explanation.
I'll hitch up the buggy.
Thank you. I'll be ready to leave in a few minutes. I don't usually take the North Road, Mr. Paladin. There's a wagon trail along the river that's much shorter. You can turn right just up ahead.
All right. How long have you lived in Vallejo?
This is my 3rd year. I came here after I finished school in San Francisco. It's a lovely place. I hope I'll always be here. It offers everything I want or ever will want.
You speak so finely for someone so young.
Perhaps. But I'm fortunate enough to know what I want and appreciate it when I have it. There's an unending stimulation in guiding children and watching them mature. There couldn't be anything more satisfying, whether you're young or old. You can turn here.
All right. Well, you're a dedicated woman, Miss Countryman. But why would Dutch Talbot or anyone else want to take your life?
Why, if he does, it's because he probably thinks I'm responsible for his son's death.
I didn't know he had a son.
The people in this town knew. Poor boy. As I heard it, Jerry Lee's mother died when he was born. Dutch Talbot brought him here to live. To be raised by his brother, Doc. Dutch always came back to see Jerry Lee about once a month. So the law stamped him as a wanted man.
But why would he think that you were responsible for his son's death?
I was taught that a teacher shouldn't love one child more than another. That he should show them all equal consideration. But we can't always live by the book, can we, Mr. Paladin?
No, I guess not.
I loved Jerry Lee. He was 8 years old. I loved him more than any of the other children. I wanted him to have every opportunity available. I wanted him to be the best pupil, the most accomplished, as if he were my very own. That was my Mr. Paladin.
Why are you blocking this road?
We've been waiting for you. Throw down the gun, mister. Throw it down.
What do you want with it?
Keep your rifle on him, Trump.
Sure.
Now get down, mister, and mount that horse you have tied in back. I'll drive the buggy.
Who are you? Why are you stopping us?
You wouldn't be Dutch Talbot by any chance.
No chance about it. Now get down.
So, what are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do. You get on that horse. Move. All right. Trump, keep him covered.
Yeah.
Take the back way to Daws's. We'll be right behind you. Me and Lena Countryman. Who there? All right, Miss Lena. Get out of the buggy.
Why did you bring us here?
Hey, you, mister, get off that horse. Come on over here with her. Yeah, stand in front of me. Trump, hide the buggy in the barn.
All right.
Now you head for that door. All right, go on in. Doss? Hey, Doss. That's right up, Dodge. Hello, Miss Lena.
Mr. Talbot, what's the meaning of this?
Dutch has all the answers. Who's he?
Well, this is Mr. Paladin, a friend of my father's from San Francisco.
What's she doing here? Her father sent me to take her home. He knows that she's been threatened. So do the law officers in this town.
Well, that's why I've been careful to stay out of their way. Everything has worked just fine so far. Except for the fact you had to be along the same day we'd planned to take her. What are you going to do with him, Dutch? Haven't made up my mind yet.
And what do you intend to do with Miss Countryman?
You got the rope ready, Doss?
It's in the room, like you told me.
I'll bring some extra for him.
There's enough for both.
I'll need your help. Come on. All right. Into that room. Sit in this chair, mister. You tie him up good, Doc. Sit there, Miss Lena. On the bunk bed. Your turn is next.
You don't have to tie me up to kill me.
Oh, I'm not going to kill you with this rifle. I got something prettier planned for you. A nice, clean death. Just like the one you gave Jerry Lee.
His death was an accident.
And you caused that accident. You caused my son's death. You got no right to go on living when he's laying out there under the ground.
Why are you torturing her?
Shut up. It's got nothing to do with you.
If she says it was an accident, you know it was. It doesn't make any sense you want to kill her.
You get me riled, mister. I'll blow the top off your head.
Mr. Paladin, can't you see it's no use?
Yeah, he's finished, Dodge. Good work, Doss. Now, her? Not yet. You know whose room this is, Miss Lena? You know whose bunk you're sitting on?
Yes. Jerry Lee's.
He'll never see this room again. He'll never wear that jacket hanging on the door. Never again. Those pants laying on that trunk were the ones he wore when they pulled him out of the river.
I tried to save him, but it was too late.
You should have learned him how to save himself when you was learning him how to swim.
He was a good swimmer, the best in school.
Then how come he had to drown if he was such a good swimmer?
I don't know. He went out too far, he got cramps or something, I don't know.
You had no right teaching them kids how to swim.
It was for their own protection. The town is surrounded by water. It's important that they know how to swim.
They didn't have to be learned by no teacher before you came along.
There were many deaths from drowning, and there'll be more unless they get proper training.
You and your newfangled notion.
I don't care what you think, Dutch Talbot. I love Jerry Lee. He's the last person in the world I'd bring harm to.
You had no right to love him. He wasn't yours.
Somebody had to love him.
Somebody did, you fool woman. He was my son. And Doss here. He took good interest in him. He didn't need your help.
While you rode the country, ruining his name.
You leave her alone, Dutch. You keep out of this, mister. I've warned you enough. Tie her up, Doss. We'll take her when it gets dark. The people in this town will be mighty grateful to me when they drag her out of the river.
Although North Carolina is famous for its tobacco and textiles, it is well known for many other products, too. In fact, one of the most important producing areas is just adjacent to Highway 87, 55 miles south of Raleigh and 14 miles northwest of Fayetteville. If you have ever traveled in this vicinity, you should recognize the product immediately. Perhaps the name Fort Bragg might help you. This is a training camp for the 3rd Army's 82nd Airborne Division, and its product is combat-readied men. This installation was named for Braxton Bragg, who played a significant part in the Civil War as a Confederate general. He was born in Warren County, North Carolina in 1817 and was a graduate of West Point. With a distinguished record from the Seminole and Mexican Wars, Bragg was named Brigadier General with the Confederacy in 1861. Unfortunately, Bragg's generalship began with a stroke of bad luck. He had practically defeated General Buell at Perryville when Union reinforcements compelled him to abandon his wounded and a large part of the spoils. This brought him into disfavor with his fellow officers and men. In fact, it was only through the personal favor of Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy, that Bragg was kept at the head of the Central Army and subsequently able to inflict a crushing defeat on Rosecrans at Chickamauga in September 1863. Then, 2 months later, came the famous Battle Above the Clouds at Lookout Mount in Tennessee. This was another defeat for General Bragg, since Union troops under Grant, Sherman, and Thomas drove Bragg's men from their strong positions defending Chattanooga. This defeat caused Bragg to lose his command. But again, Jefferson Davis gave Bragg his support and kept him as a military advisor. Later, Davis appointed Bragg to head the Army of North Carolina. Then in February of 1865, when the Confederate Army had reached its breaking point, General Bragg joined Johnston in a last effort to stop Sherman's march. As a result, Bragg was included in the surrender to Sherman. Bragg's contemporaries described him as a strict disciplinarian who rarely got along with his senior officers. It was this friction that handicapped the conduct of his operations. Nevertheless, when looking over Bragg's military career, one must admit that he was a brave and skillful officer. In fact, soldiers like Braxton Bragg serve as a reminder that America has always produced great military men and will continue to do so as long as the American way of life is preserved.
They left us in the room, and for the next few hours, Lena Countryman sat there tied hand and foot without saying a word. Her eyes were filled with tears as she glanced at all the reminders of Jerry Lee. She seemed to suffer more from the memory of the boy than from the thoughts of going to her own death. When Dutch and Trump came to carry her out, she only said, "Be gentle to my father." A few minutes later, I heard them ride away.
No use trying to free yourself, Mr. Paladin. Those knots will hold you till I cut you loose.
Yeah, and when will that be?
Well, it's up to Dutch.
And what do you say, Mr. Talbot?
What makes you think I'd go against my own brother?
Because you don't agree with what your brother thinks.
Why do you say that?
I saw your face this afternoon when he was racking her with his remarks. You felt sorry for Lena Countryman.
You could be right, but what can I do about it?
Cut me loose.
That should kill me.
I suppose he would, wouldn't he?
You couldn't help her now.
I could try.
All right.
Thanks. Where would they be?
That stretch of the river by the schoolhouse. Same place that happened to Jerry Lee.
All right, I'll need a gun.
There's one in the front room.
Hold it, Dutch.
What? How did you get loose?
Put the girl down, Trump.
You stay back. I'll kill you if you try to stop us.
Make your play, Dutch. I'm coming in.
Throw it, Trump. Throw it.
Don't you do it, Trump.
I'm throwing you to stay back.
No, you... Lena. 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 All right. Come on now. I got you. There. All right, now. There. Now, let me get this gag untied. There we are.
I'd already made up my mind. I was going to die. I held my breath underwater after I knew you were here.
I'll have to get a knife to cut the ropes. I think Dutch has one of them. All right. Hold still now.
Are they both dead?
Yeah.
What a terrible thing.
Well, the law would have caught up with them sooner or later anyway. There you are. Let me help you up now. There you go. Are you all right?
Yes. And I have you to thank for it. Can't I possibly tell you how grateful I am?
No. Don't try.
Why do there have to be men like Dutch Talbot?
I don't know. I'm afraid there'll always be a lot of Dutch Talbots and not enough Lena Countrymen. So, Lena, you just keep right on teaching those kids to grow up to be better men and women.
I'll try, Mr. Paladin. I'll try.
Just a minute. Yeah. All right. I'm coming.
Oh, Mr.
Oh.
Paladin, I'm so sorry to disturb you.
It's all right, Miss Wong. I was just getting ready to shave.
Oh, hey, boy, say that a Mr. Countryman downstairs, very upset, wants to see you.
Already?
Already.
I just got back last night. How did he know?
Oh, news traveled fast from Carlton Hotel.
Especially with Hey Boy helping it along.
Oh, hey, boy, very happy when you come home. You tell everyone.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
Maybe you can sneak out and not see this Mr. Countryman?
Oh, it isn't that, Miss Wong. I want to see him. I planned to anyway this morning, but not until after breakfast.
You have trouble with this man?
No. I'm afraid he isn't going to pay me because I didn't bring his daughter back from Vallejo. Oh, well. At least he'll be happy to learn that she's all right.
If she's all right, maybe he pay you anyway.
It doesn't really matter, Miss Wong. Finding a wonderful new friend like Lena Countryman was worth more than any fee I might get. Go back and tell him I'll be down in about 5 minutes.
Aisa.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Russell Arms, Harry Bartell, Charles Lung, and Gene Bates. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops bring to Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of a shot in the dark. Say, boys and girls, for a rootin' tootin' snack or a rip-snortin' breakfast treat, new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops in the big yellow boxes just can't be beat. Yes, new Sugar Corn Pops are now sweeter and crisper than ever before. So make a date right now to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops at your grocery store and join in the fun. Now, let's listen. It wasn't often that United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big saddle partner and Deputy Jingles wandered as far west as California. But once, a letter from an old friend urging them in the name of right and justice turned their faces toward the setting sun and a crashing adventure which began with a shot in the dark.
Who, Buckshot? Oh, Joker, who? Hey, Bill, what are we stopping at this big stone gate for? Is this Don Gasper's ranch?
No, Jingles. This is one of the missions. It's the best place to get information when you're riding through California.
They'll all be asleep at this time of night.
It's not that late. Just gets dark early this time of the year.
Bill!
Stand where you are, Americanos. Don't reach for your guns.
Bill, I can't see anybody.
Do nothing. Don't listen to me.
Well, go ahead and talk, you night-crawling sidewinder.
Listen to him, partner.
We know who you are, Senor Hickok, and your stuffed pig of a partner.
Stuffed pig?
Hold it, Jingles.
But, Bill!
Quiet.
No, I...
Now, listen to this warning. Don Gaspar de Salva has sent for you. We know that, too, you see. You will go there. But if you do this thing that he asks you to do, you will never leave California alive.
You seem mighty sure of yourself, Buster.
Yeah, when you're hiding in the shadows behind a gun.
Do not try my patience, senores, or I will have you shot right here at the mission gate. No. Don Gaspar's rancho is 2 miles down the road. Mount your horses and go. But say nothing to him of this meeting. Go, ándale.
Come on, Jingles. Steady, Buckshot.
Doggone it, I wish I had that smooth-talking salamander out in the open. Now, whoa, Joker.
Our time will come, partner.
Do not waste so much time. Ándale.
I don't know who you are, mister, or why you go to all this trouble to warn us. But whatever it is Don Gaspar wants from me, you bet he's gonna get it. Come on, Jingles, let's ride.
Hi, Buckshot. And the next time you cut our trail, you'd better come a-shooting. Go, Joker. Ho-ho-ho!
You do not know what joy it brings to my heart to welcome you and Jingles to California, Bill.
I'm glad we could make it, Don Gaspar.
Yeah. Pleasure's all ours, I reckon.
Come, sit down. My house is yours. I'm sorry that you are not here for supper, but I will take care of that right away. Un momento. Maria, food for our guests, eh? There, Maria will bring something to take the weariness of the road from your stomach.
Well, now that's what I call a real welcome. After what we've been through in the last...
Jingles.
Huh?
What is this you mean? You have made troubles on the way to my rancho?
Well, I reckon you might...
It didn't amount to very much.
Oh.
I'm more interested in hearing the reason you sent for us.
Certainly. But first, here is Maria with the food for you. It is not much, I'm afraid.
Bill, would you look at what Don Gasper calls not much? Roast pig, lamb, a half quarter of beef. Stand back, boys. Give me room.
Go right ahead, mi amigo. Tomorrow there will be more.
Now that my partner's fixed up, Don Gaspar, suppose you tell us why you sent for us.
It is very simple, Bill. get terrible. Monterey is seething with intrigue and plotting.
Plotting against who?
The Americans. As you know, I was one of the United States' strongest supporters when California became a state of the Union.
That is well known, Don Gaspar.
But now there is someone, one of my own countrymen, who is a traitor to us all. He's trying to stir up a revolution among the hotheads. He wants to take California away from the United States again.
You called on the Army for help?
See, twice they have sent trusted lieutenants to live here in my house and search out the truth.
What happened?
In each case, the morning after each one arrived, he was found in his bed, dead, with a knife in his back.
With a knife in his... Bill, Don Gaspar's just went and ruined my appetite. I don't... Bill, at the window behind you.
A masked man.
Viva Californianos! Death to the Americanos!
Howdy, cowpokes. Here's your old bunkhouse buddy, Panhandle Jim. Hey, you know, when one of those range riders say they want something done pronto, that means right now. Well, that word is a good one for these wonderful new Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops. Yes, sir, by jingo, because new Sugar Corn Pops are already sweetened for you, ready for eating right now, pronto. Dig into the big yellow box and eat Sugar Pops by the handful just like candy. That's the way I enjoy 'em during the show. Then come morning, you just pop Sugar Pops into a bowl with milk for some mighty fine breakfast chow. And no sugar needed, because Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops is the new two-way cereal that's already got the sweetening on it. Ready for downright delicious enjoyment anytime, both ways. Out of the box or out of the bowl, pronto, you're in for real fun with Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Shortly after Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles arrived at his rancho, Don Gaspar de Salva was telling them of the renegade revolutionary when suddenly from behind Bill, a knife sang through the window and sank deep in the table in front of him.
Bill, that knife missed your ear just that much.
I heard it whisper, Jingles. This may be our man, Don Gaspar. Come on outside.
It was this side of the house.
Wait a minute. Who's that?
Where?
Hey, it's a girl. Pretty, too.
Oh, that is my daughter, Conchita. Conchita, my dog. Come and meet our guests.
You reckon she saw anybody, Bill?
We'll soon find out.
Conchita, our house is honored by the presence of Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles. Gentlemen, my daughter.
Welcome to our house, gentlemen.
Thank you, Miss Conchita.
Howdy, ma'am.
But, Papa, why are you all running around the hacienda like game roosters seeking some prey?
Someone threw a knife through the window at Senor Hickok just now. Did you see anyone?
No, Papa. I saw no one. And I have been standing on the front terrace waiting for Pedro. Oh, here he comes now from the other side of the house.
Oh, that young burro coming to call on you again tonight?
See, he is. And what is wrong with Pedro?
His ears are too long.
Hey, Conchita, my lovely one. Has been a lifetime since I have seen you.
A lifetime, pa. You saw her this afternoon.
Papa, do not be unkind.
Sí, Papa, do not be unkind to Pedro. Senores, my name is Pedro Martinez.
Well, howdy, Pedro. Looks like you and your pop-in-law are getting off to a bad start even before the wedding.
Evening, Pedro. Did you see anything of a masked man running loose out here?
A masked man? No, senor. But then I just arrived here. What is this masked man?
Oh, he's some owl hoot that's asking for trouble, throwing knives at people.
Knives again, eh? Don Gaspar, it's a surprise to me that you are able to find Americanos who will stay at your hacienda since what happened before. They have very bad luck here, very bad indeed.
Oh, Bill, I sure am ready for a good night's sleep. Oh. Oh, we had too much happen in the last few hours for me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jingles, but we're not going to sleep just yet.
Oh, now, Bill, I can't keep my eyes open another minute. I just gotta hit the feathers.
Maybe a little reminder will help you keep your eyes open.
A reminder?
Yeah, about the 2 lieutenants who were found dead with knives in their backs. That was right in this room, partner.
In this room? Well, now that you put it that way, I reckon I'm not as sleepy as I thought I was. What are we gonna do?
Put a couple of dummies in those 2 beds to look like us sleeping. Then we'll go out and look around.
Look around for what?
The moon's coming up. As soon as everybody's asleep, I want to see if that knife-throwing coyote left any tracks under that window.
No. Hey, the moon is coming up. Huh. Looks real pretty out there. Hey, and look, Bill. There's Conchita and that young Pedro walking in the garden. Now, ain't that a sight to make your heart beat faster?
You're going a little soft, aren't you, Jingles?
Oh, but Bill, there ain't nothing sweeter than young love. Makes me remember back to the time I was all sugared up about a little gal named Maud Muddyweather. I called her Muddy for short. She was the prettiest little thing I ever did see.
What is the matter, Pedro? You have not held my hand. You have not kissed me once since the others have gone in the house.
I have not, Conchita?
No, you have not. All you do is walk and walk around the garden and look at the windows of the room where Senor Hickok and his friend are staying.
Well, that is strange to you?
It is very strange. Always when there are Americanos visiting my father, you become like this. Why is it?
Well, it's just that I'm jealous of you, my lovely Conchita. So jealous, in fact, that I would like to kill them just because they are near you.
Oh, I had no idea that you loved me so much.
Oh, see, Jewel, I do.
Then why do you not ask my father to set a date for our wedding and take me to your own hacienda?
Oh, no, Conchita, please. I'm not ready yet to marry you.
Oh, so you are not ready, yeah? Well, maybe then I shall never be ready to marry you.
Oh, no, Conchita, please don't talk like this to Pedro.
I will talk as I please to one who talks like a mule. You are a feather-headed fool. Now go.
No, Conchita, my alma, don't go in the house, please.
I am going into the house. Good night and goodbye.
Oh, no, please, Conchita, wait.
The pretty little pigeon is a spitfire, mi capitan, no?
But it's not a funny joke that it may seem to you, Sanchez, my friend.
Why, mi capitan? I thought it very funny.
No longer will I be welcome here at this hacienda. Don Gaspar likes me little enough as it is. Do you not see what that means?
Oh, now I understand. That is not so good.
That's right. And we can wait no longer. Knowing what we have planned for tomorrow night after the fiesta, there is only one thing to do.
What is that, mi capitan?
The Senor Wild Bill Hickok and the Senor Jingles must die tonight. Now, sit your knives, Sanchez, and come with me. Quickly. Now, Sanchez, this is the room where the Americanos are sleeping.
See, we shall kill the Senores Hickok and Jenkins in the same way we did the lieutenants, huh?
That's right. Quieto now. Make not a sound.
You will give the signal when you are ready?
Si, I will. Now, Sanchez, are you ready?
Si, mi capitan. I am ready. Then kill them. Dead to the Americanos.
Bueno, Sanchez. It's enough. They are dead.
Senor Hickok! Jingles! Senores! Why you do not answer me? Are you in there?
Oh, what is the matter? Why are you pounding on Senor Hickok's door like that?
They did not come out to breakfast. I fear for them, my daughter.
And why do you not go into their room?
See, I must. Oh, let us hope they have not made the same fate as the 2 army lieutenants who slept in this room.
Papa?
Conchita, they are dead. They have been stabbed in their sleep.
Those knives.
Huh?
Those knives!
What is it, my daughter? What about those knives?
I have seen such a knife in Pedro's side, Papa.
Conchita, my dove, control yourself. What is it? Conchita, if you know anything, for the love of heaven, tell me what it is. Daughter, speak. Stop this nonsense. Tell me what you know at once.
anglers, the reason I'm always toting 2 boxes of Kellogg's sugar corn pops in my saddlebags is because sugar corn pops are tasty, golden, puffed-up hearts of corn that are already sweetened for you. And you eat 'em up 2 ways, out of the bowl and out of the box. Yep, by jingo, sugar pops are sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. So it's a good idea for you to always keep a couple of those big yellow boxes handy, too, because your mom's going to let you eat all you want. Like I say, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops is a 2-way cereal, and it's got plenty of vitamins and food energy. So don't go fussing with only 1 box of Sugar Pops. Tomorrow, sure, ride for the store and load up big on those big yellow boxes of Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Then you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
On the morning following Pedro's visit to Wild Bill Hickok's room with his treacherous compatriot Sanchez, Don Gaspar and Conchita found 2 inert figures in the beds of Wild Bill and Jingles. And to his horror, the 2 deadly daggers still stood as messengers of murder above the bedclothes. At the sight of the daggers, Conchita became hysterical.
Conchita, you must stop this.
I'm sorry, my father.
Now, that is better. If you know something, tell it to me immediately.
Papa, I love him. It is very hard for me to say this.
Pedro, the puppy you think you are in love with? What has it to do with this horrible thing?
I don't know. But I have seen such a knife as this are in Pedro's sash. He carries it all the time.
Pedro? Oh, but that is impossible. That mooncalf? Well, I shall soon know. I will find him right now.
I'm afraid that would be a real big mistake, Don Gaspar.
Bill Hickok. Jingles.
Howdy, and good morning, Don Gaspar and Miss Conchita.
Papa, they are not dead. See, Pedro has not killed them after all.
No, senorita, but it was no fault of his.
But wait, those 2 figures in the bed, who slept there? Who is it that is dead?
Well, Don Gaspar, we've been kind of leading a double life. Them's our other cells in the beds. They're dummies.
Oh, that is wonderful. Then no one is dead. Now we can all go to the fiesta tonight.
Conchita, how can you talk like this?
She's right, Don Gaspar. We will all go to the fiesta tonight.
Hey, Bill, that sounds real good.
Everybody wears masks at the fiesta, don't they?
You see me, but why?
We want to let Pedro think he has killed us.
Sure, Bill's got it all figured out so he can catch the whole shebang at once. But, Bill, a mask ain't gonna do much good when it comes to hiding me.
Do not worry, Senor Jingles. Papa will find you a beautiful Spanish costume with a big red sash. No one will know you at the fiesta. And I will teach you to do the Spanish fandango. It will be fun, no?
No. I mean, see. I mean, yes. I ain't sure what I mean, except that it's going to be a hot time in California tonight. Fiesta, here I come. Hot tamale. Yee-hoo!
Senor Jingles, you're a wonderful dancer.
Am I, Miss Conchita?
You most certainly are. You learned the fandango poof, just like that.
Poof, huh? Come on, let's go show Bill.
Here he is.
Hey, Bill, look at what Conchita taught me.
Hold your voice down, Jingles. Your Spanish get-up won't do you any good if anybody hears that squawking of yours.
Oh, Bill, Miss Conchita says I'm real good at the fandango.
Well, that's fine, Jingles. But don't forget to keep your eyes open. Don't forget that tonight is the night that...
Bill, I have just heard some terrible news.
News?
What is it, Papa?
It is Pedro who leads these bandidos. Even this minute, he is planning to take Monterrey tonight.
Is it really Pedro?
That's right.
Then why did you not arrest him this morning?
Because I want to catch all his Confederates at the same time. Hey, wait a minute. There, that is what I've been waiting for.
It's about time, huh, Bill?
What is it, Bill?
Now listen to me quickly. Pedro is planning to start the fight from the beach. There's a shipload of rifles coming ashore in small boats.
When?
Very soon now. Yeah, there goes Pedro. And now you can see the other men drifting away from the dance floor.
Oh, see, I can see them. They go toward the beach.
But what can we do?
Now, don't worry. It's all set. Bill and me rode all over the country last night, rounding up a bunch of fighters, and we got the army, too.
That's right, Don Gaspar. Now comes the payoff. Come on, we're heading for the beach.
Bill, I don't see nothing yet.
There is a ship riding at anchor out there.
That's the one, all right.
Hey, Bill, listen. I hear somebody rowing boats ashore.
Yeah, partner. Time's getting short.
Where are the traitors and Pedro?
There they are now.
You're sure the army has this place around?
Now, don't you go worrying about the army, Don Gasper. When Bill gives a signal, you'll hear more doggone racket than you've ever heard in your life before.
Quiet now.
Listen.
They've beached the boats, Bill.
All right, be ready. Here goes.
Cuida, Pedro. We've been betrayed.
Here comes the army, Don Gasper!
I'm going after Pedro myself. Come on, Jingles.
Senor Hickok, I cannot tell you how grateful I am that you have come to our assistance. You have done a great service to California.
Oh, see. And my heart is sad that you and Jingles are leaving us so soon, Wild Bill.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad too, Miss Conchita.
Well, partner, we never like to leave our friends, but Pedro's not the only troublemaker in the West, and we've got a lot of ground to cover.
See, go you must, I know, but with Pedro and his band of traitors in jail, you leave behind you a peaceful California. Vaya con Dios, amigo.
So long, Don Gaspar. Miss Conchita.
Come back to see us, Bill. And Jingles, I will always save one wonderful dance for you at fiesta time.
Well, thank you, Miss Conchita. I'm going to practice up on that there fandangle you taught me and spring it on them pretty little sage hens back in Kansas. Thanks to you, from now on, old Jingles is going to be Don Juan of Abilene.
And now here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's our story for today, folks. We'll be back your way again on Friday.
And boy, we've got a pip of a story for you. Wild Bill not only fights some gunslicks, but a blinding snowstorm and blizzard. It's called Rescue at Salvation Springs.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Lillian Bayef, Tony Barrett, Harry Bartell, Ted DeCorsia, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok attempts a rescue at Salvation Springs. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal, and Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Candyman.
It is 4 p.m., April 14th, 1947. A prisoner at the jail in Pentland County, Texas, is being returned to his cell as the visiting hour comes to an end. His name is Paul Abbott, serving out a 6-month sentence for petty larceny. His cellmate, John Saygood, has not had a visitor. For Saygood is being held without bail, awaiting trial for murder.
All right, Abbott. In.
Your wife bring what I told you to get for me?
Yeah, I got it, Johnny. Candy and the razor blades. You know we're not supposed to have razor blades.
Yeah. If they find them on me, they might put me in jail. What are you so nervous about with your lousy 6-month flat bit? I'm facing the chair, and my nerves are still better than yours.
Look, Saygood, I only got a month and a half to go. I don't want to get in no trouble. Lay off, will
you? Are you telling me what I should do, you cheap heister?
Oh, Johnny, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
No kidding. Really? Gee, kid, I'm sorry. Maybe I played too rough, and you're my pal. Model prisoner like you with only a few weeks to go never gets searched after a visit. And you're so good to me. Have a piece of candy, pal.
I don't want any.
Okay. You know, while you've been out visiting, I've been thinking. I'm going to let you and your wife do me another favor. A big favor.
Look, I got to be careful what I ask her. I can't upset her now. You know that.
Oh, that's right. The baby's due soon, ain't it, Papa? Wouldn't want the kid to start out without an old man, would you?
Ooh. What do you mean, Johnny?
I wanted to see if your wife could get these razor blades in. Now, next time she comes, tell her to bring me a hacksaw and a gun.
No, Johnny.
You don't want to see me go to the chair, do you? Now, if you do, I could take one of these blades to your throat.
No, Johnny.
Keep your voice down.
All right, Johnny. All right. I'll do it.
You'll do it. Now, don't kid me. I can hear the wheels turning in that square head of yours. Next time the screw takes you out of here, you'll spill your guts.
I won't, Johnny, I swear.
I know you won't. And I'll tell you why. Because if you rat on me, somebody will slip a shiv into you. In jail or out. Now, remember that. Remember it if you ever want to see that kid.
You don't realize what you're asking me to do.
I ain't asking, I'm telling. If you decide to get brave with your own neck, remember I can have your wife taken care of, too.
You wouldn't do that.
All right, shut up. Here comes the screw.
What's the yelping about? What's going on in here?
We was just arguing, that's all.
About what?
Baseball. How many games Gehrig played for the Yanks?
Is that right, Abbott?
Ain't that right, Abbott?
Yeah, that's right. Baseball.
Frantic with fear, Paul Abbott yielded to Saygood and, through his wife, obtained the gun and hacksaw. The blow-off came a week later when the Pentland County jailer was killed and Saygood and Abbott escaped. While roadblocks were being quickly set up by Ranger and Highway Patrol units, Ranger Jace Pearson contacted Sheriff Leonard Ginn at the county jail.
Well, they were in this cell, Ranger.
Yeah. Tongue of the lock has been hacksawed, Sheriff.
Yeah, they must have waited in the passage until the jailer turned the corner here. Then shot him through the stomach and took his keys.
Any idea where they got the gun?
No, but Abbott's wife was allowed to visit. She could have slipped it in to him.
You got a pickup out for her?
Mm-hmm. Deputy's out after her now. Abbott made a big jump when they gunned the jailer. From petty larceny to jailbreak and murder.
I don't know. A murderer like Saygood, he had a reason to crash out. But a first-timer like Abbott with only 4 weeks to go, he doesn't figure to make a break.
Well, just the same, Abbott's gone with Saygood.
We may find out why when we bring in his wife. Sometimes a man goes places he doesn't want to go, with a gun in his back.
What could I do, Sheriff? What else could I do? That man would have killed him.
Yeah.
Did you arrange anything else for them, Mrs. Abbott? Get clothing or an automobile?
No, how could I? I even had to lie to my mother to get money. To buy the gun. Paul was in jail and I wasn't working. I was always borrowing money to bring him things.
I understand. The one behind the bars doesn't do all the suffering.
I'd have done anything for Paul. But I had to take the food out of my mouth to buy things for that other man. And it isn't me alone. I'll be having my baby soon. Why did Paul go with him? Why?
I don't think he went willingly, Mrs. Abbott. I'm afraid he went at the point of that gun you brought in.
I begin to agree with that, Ranger.
You told us you brought Saygood a lot of candy.
More than $1's worth every week.
There's a real sweet tooth, Jace. Always sitting up a yammer for sugar at meal times.
Yeah. Mrs. Abbott, will you excuse us for a moment? Sheriff, I want to see you for a second.
Oh, sure.
You got anybody watching our house in case Abbott and Saygood show up there?
Yeah, it's covered.
Good. Your office hasn't any report of a stolen car, huh?
No, nothing yet.
And they're probably on foot. Could be out of the county by now, though. We have other ranger units in the area. I'm going to call my headquarters and have one of them come with me so he can beat the countryside.
Okay. Anything else you want me to handle?
Yeah. They'll have to eat wherever they are. And even if they have money, they won't take a chance on being spotted buying anything for a while.
That figures.
I want you to make a careful check on any robbery report you get from food stores.
Uh-huh.
I'd like an itemized account of everything that's taken. I got a hunch Saygood will make a special effort to get his hands on some candy. All that day, nothing turned up in the roadblock, while Ranger Jim Leeds and I rode through the countryside without finding a trace of the man we were after. But on the following morning...
Maybe we've been heading the wrong way, Jace.
I don't think so, Leeds. Coming this way would have been the fastest trail out of the county. Otherwise, all wilderness for more than 80 miles. Too much of them on foot without supplies.
Still figuring they cut through toward US 280, eh?
They must have. They'll have to get to a car someplace unless they got a spot to hole up in real close. I don't think Saygood would take that chance. He'll want distance.
Yeah. Farmhouse head.
A rider coming, too. He's really pounding leather.
He sees us. Coming right this way.
Let's meet him.
Howdy, strangers.
Ooh, Charco.
Hey, I didn't expect anybody so soon.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just called the sheriff less than half an hour ago. Ain't that why you're here?
We didn't know about your call. What happened?
Well, my dogs flushed a couple of prowlers during the night. I've been out all night hunting them, or I'd have put in a call before.
Maybe your boys. You know what they look like?
No, all I saw was two shadows. Dogs woke me up like I told you. Men was prowling around.
We better have a look at his place, Leeds.
Yeah.
We'll ride back with you.
Oh,
Yeah. How long ago did it happen?
Oh, reckon it was 2 a.m., about 6 hours ago.
You say you chased him?
Yeah, but I couldn't spot him in the dark. Just rode around all night. If I'd have had any sense, I'd have called right away, but they threw a couple of shots at me when I saw him, and I got hot and went for my gun and lit out.
I see. They get anything?
When I went back to the house this morning, my missus said a couple of shirts and jeans was missing.
Must be Saygood and Abbott, all right. getting rid of their jail clothes. They have horses?
No, I didn't hear any.
Maybe they were going to take a couple of yours and didn't have time to get them. How come your dogs didn't stay after them?
Dogs are pinned up. Should have turned them loose, but like I said, I was too hot to do any thinking after they shot at me.
If you had done any thinking, you'd have stayed home. One of the men you were chasing is a killer, and about as cold as We picked up their trail near the farmhouse. And about 4 miles out, we found the ashes of a fire and chicken bones and feathers. And in the brush near the same spot, a bundle of prison clothes. From there, the trail led straight to the U.S. highway.
You can see the road through the brush now, Jace.
Yeah. Let's hope we spot a highway patrol car before we...
Hey, what's the matter?
Something off the road in that patch of Douglas fir.
Looks like the front of a truck. Pulled pretty far back.
Come on. Get up, Charlie.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Whoa, boy. Haul truck. Stacked with new cars.
Uh-huh.
That's what they are.
Well screened from the road, all right.
Yeah. Driver doesn't seem to be around.
Unloading ramps down, Jace.
Tire tracks on the ground. They've got a car now, all right.
Wonder what happened to the driver of the truck.
Blood on the cab seat. And more on the running board in the ground.
Goes this way.
There he is.
Dead, Jace. Probably tried to go for help and couldn't make it.
Yeah. Wound looks like Saygood's trademark. Shot through the stomach.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Candyman, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I left the horses with Leeds at the nearest town. He did some checking while I got a lift back to Pentland to pick up the car and horse trailer. Then I drove back to meet Leeds where I'd left him. Come on, boy. Get in the trailer. Ooh, boy.
Ready to roll, Jace.
We'll roll as soon as we can figure out which way. You check on those gas stations?
Highway patrol went all the way down the line. No station serviced the car we're looking for. No pump locks were broken during the night.
They must have driven as far as they wanted to go and ditched the car. Somewhere within about 100 miles from you.
How do you figure that?
Well, new cars coming off the assembly line only get a few gallons of gas put in them. If they didn't take on more gas, they got as far as they could on what was in the tank.
That makes sense.
We'll head west. Saygood's had trouble in Oklahoma and Louisiana, according to his record, and so he'd go to New Mexico, where he's clean, if he left the state.
Yeah? Guess it's our best shot.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report for Unit 10 on subject John Saygood. Only known associate of Saygood's was woman known as Marcella Roberts. Present whereabouts unknown. Last location was place of business, beauty salon in Abilene, Texas. Left there 2 months ago.
Unit 10 requests check of cosmetic distributors and supply houses. Check recent orders as possible source of new address on subject Marcella Roberts.
Will do, Unit 10. Moment, Unit 10. Have another message coming in for you, Unit 10. Stand by.
Unit 10 standing by.
Maybe they found the car, Jace.
A big help if they have.
Here it is, Unit 10. General store at Pike Hill entered during early morning. Situated 30 miles west, your present location. Check of stolen merchandise includes candy.
That fits subject Saygood. Proceeding to Pike Hill immediately. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Sleep in a back of the store here, Ranger, when I heard this noise. I got up and lit the light, but just before daybreak.
Yeah. See anybody?
No. I opened the door into the store, and then the dang cat popped into my room and started purring and rubbing against my leg. So I just figured she knocked something over, so I went on back to bed.
I see.
Didn't know anybody'd broken in until I got up this morning and found the door glass busted. Must have slept through that, though. I sleep real sound. Guess I woke up when they knocked this stack of canned goods over. Got 'em up and got 'em all stacked again now.
You call the sheriff right away?
Yep. As soon as I found a few dollars from the cash drawer missing. Didn't think about the candy counter. Don't keep much, you know. Till a couple of kids come in later on wanting some peppermint lifesavers. And I saw a whole box of them was gone and some chocolate bars.
I guess that's when the sheriff got in touch with us then. And we'll rope off this showcase and have somebody from our lab come in to check it for fingerprints so we can be sure it was the man we were after.
Not much doubt about it, Jace.
Nothing like being sure. We drove further west from Pike Hill past Virgo while we waited for the fingerprint check. We combed the brush along the highway looking for the car Saygood and Abbott had stolen, but there was no sign of it. If it was abandoned, it might stay hidden for weeks.
Nothing in here, Jace.
No. Would have been a good spot to ditch a car, though. Well, they couldn't have driven much further than this.
Well, we may find it further on.
Maybe. Maybe we've already passed it.
Call on your car radio, Jace.
Yeah. I heard it.
KTXA to Unit 10. Come in, Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Marcella Roberts. Cosmetic distributor check shows nail enamel ordered in subject's name 2 weeks ago. Delivery made to Adorable Beauty Salon, Virgo, Texas.
Units 10 and 7 continuing investigation. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Pile in, leads.
Virgo's about 50 miles back, Jace.
Yeah, I had a hunch we came too far.
Figure the woman's helping them hide out?
Saygood didn't head in this direction without a reason. If she isn't hiding him, she'll know where he's headed. Marcella Roberts wasn't at work, nor was she at her home when we got there. But she came home about an hour later. We left our car out of sight. She didn't see us until she came up the steps to the private entrance on the porch. Miss Roberts?
What? Oh, Rangers. I didn't see you.
Thought you might be able to help us. You know a man named John Saygood?
I used to know him. Long time ago.
You seen him lately?
Well, how could I? I heard that he was in jail.
The paper boy must have been neglecting you lately. He's out. We're looking for him.
All right, Ranger. I'll tell you what I know. He probably headed for Oklahoma City. Told me once that he could always hide out there if he got in any trouble.
He should have carried a compass because he headed the wrong way. He broke into a store at Pike Hill before sunup this morning, and he was still moving in this direction when he left there.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Good. And you won't mind if we take a look through your apartment.
If you've got any objection, one of us can wait here while the other gets the warrant.
All right, you can come in. I only hesitated because the place is a mess.
Sure. But we won't tell the neighbors. Come on, let's go.
Well, here you are. I couldn't hide a mouse in here.
Leeds, check the bathroom and closets. I'll look in the kitchen.
Right, Jay. Nobody here, Chase, that's for sure.
No, not now. But there was somebody here.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were a better housekeeper, you might make a better liar. You could have swept up these candy wrappers on the floor.
Is there a law against eating candy? I eat it all the time.
So does Saygood. You happen to have a 30-day diet tacked up on your kitchen wall. Your figure says you've been following it pretty close.
You can't prove anything with that.
Maybe not. But there's something else. 2 different brands of cigarettes in this ashtray. And one brand doesn't have any lipstick on them.
I had a boyfriend visit me.
I'm going to check every store in this town and find out if you bought a load of groceries today. And if you did,
What?
you better be able to show them or prove where they went.
Ranger,
You're concealing and aiding a murderer. You can serve a lot of time for that, Marcella. Enough to rub off those good looks before you get out.
I don't want to go to jail. But you don't know Johnny. He killed me.
Where is he?
Well, I took him and the other fella up the back road to the Sierra Diablo foothills. Said he'd hide out there and come back in a week. After I raised some money for him to get out of the country.
You lead us out to where you left him. And don't bother about raising that money. He isn't going to be needing it. We followed her to the place where Saygood and Abbott had been dropped, at the base of the wild Sierra Diablo country, catching the last rays of the sun. Leeds and I took our horses out of the trailer and started after them.
Getting pretty dark, Jace.
Yeah. Have to leave the horses and go on foot soon, or we'll lose this trail.
I can hardly see anything now.
Hold up a minute. Woo, Charcoal.
Oh, what?
There's a moist patch here. One of them slipped and fell.
Yeah, the one making the heaviest tracks. Probably Saygood.
No, Abbott. Saygood's bigger, but he's using Abbott for a pack mule to carry supplies. Look how the tracks spraddle out.
Yeah. Sure must be carrying weight, all right.
Headed right for that rocky ground ahead. We won't find any more prints as clear as these.
Want to tie the horses off here?
No, I think we better lead them. I can walk this ground, and we may need them coming out. Now, let's keep going.
Now we've lost him, Jace.
Keep flashing your light around it. Keep it cupped.
All right. I'll spread out a little.
No, wait a minute. Come back.
Huh? What'd you find?
Earth is soft at the base of this rock.
Yeah, but no prints in it, Jace.
No, but look at those marks.
Rattlesnake tracks.
Yeah, wasn't moving away from here, though. Den's probably in under the rock. Was weaving back and forth. A rattler only does that when it's disturbed.
You mean they scared it passing by?
Something scared it. Some loose rock fell around here not long ago, either. You can see where it chipped as it fell. The chips are fresh. Haven't been weathered over.
Then they must have knocked it loose climbing up around a rock.
Yeah. Let's find out. And if they did come this way, they must have moved along this ledge. Here. Use your light again.
You're right, Jace. Look at this.
Yeah. Piece of broken shoelace. Snapped while they were climbing. And they sat there and tied the rest of it. See where his back rubbed dirt off the rock behind him.
Yeah.
They made straight for that plateau. Gives Saygood a clear view of anything coming up by day.
Gonna leave the horses here and go on?
No. Climb down and get them. We'll circle the rocks and take the long way up. Give Saygood a chance to fall asleep. We may be able to take him alive. We reached the plateau, a broad, flat patch just under the final ascent to the high peaks of the range, and picked up the trail again. It led straight toward a clump of trees and brush, and through the trees we saw the glow of a fire. We moved toward it.
The moon's pretty bright now, Jace. We're out here. They're in cover. Unless they move between us and that fire.
It's funny Saygood would keep a fire going at night. Need it in the day for cooking, but it's a giveaway in the dark.
Probably figures he's safe enough. He's got to keep an eye on Abbott. Unless we're wrong and Abbott's along because he wants to be.
And we'll find that out when the showdown comes.
No sign of any movement there yet, Jace.
We'd better leave the horses now. And we'll stake them out here and split. Circle in on foot and take...
Flop now, please!
Now I knew what was wrong with the fire. It was a decoy Saygood had set up. He was someplace in the rim of the brush behind us. I twisted around looking for a flash of his gun if he fired again.
Let it up, Rangers. Let me get a good shot. I'll put one right through your belly.
You didn't expect to get away, did you, Saygood?
You ain't got me yet.
We can wait. You'll never get out of here unless we take you out.
We got 4 guns to your 1, Saygood.
Don't forget the extra joker I dealt myself. Talk up, Abbott. Oh, Johnny, my arm. I still got Abbott, little Papa. And if one of you got a bullet mark for me, remember it's got to go through him first.
Keep him talking, Jace. Maybe I can crawl around him.
No, he's trigger happy. If he heard a sound, he'd put a bullet in Abbott's back.
What do you say, Rangers? You want to see this punk die? Now remember, I got nothing to lose by gunning it.
What do you want, Saygood?
I'll make you a deal.
We don't make deals.
You'll make this one, or Abbott's dead.
He's not fooling, Rangers. He'll kill me. I got a wife and a kid down.
Ain't that touching, Rangers? Now you gotta play ball with me.
What's your deal?
Back off. Way off so I can see you go. And leave us your horses. And remember, Abbott will be in front of me when we come out to get him.
Jeez, we can let him come out, and then we can...
Sure, I know. All right, Saygood. You got a deal. I loosened the cinch on charcoal. We backed away, ready in case they fired. Then they moved out into the moonlight. Saygood kept Abbott between us and got him up on Leeds' horse. Then he started to mount charcoal.
Hold on, Rangers!
Shake him, charcoal! Shake him, boy! Come on, Leeds. He won't be able to hit anything but the ground. There goes Saygood. Watch him.
You all right, Abbott? Yeah, I'm all right.
Get up, Saygood.
My arms.
Never borrow a ranger's horse when a ranger's around unless he wants you to have him. I'm glad I didn't have to kill you, Saygood. I want the rest of the prisoners at Pentland to see you back in that cell. Might help them make up their minds never to come back again.
You can start that lesson with me, Ranger. Once I get out, you won't see me there again.
Good, Abbott. It's no place for a wife and kid to go visiting. All right, Saygood. Get going.
John Saygood was brought to trial and found guilty on 3 counts of murder. His sentence, death in the electric chair.
This is Joel McCrae. Many tales about the Texas Rangers have been repeated until they are legend, and here's one of my favorites. Many years ago, rioting broke out in a Texas town, and the mayor appealed for aid from the Rangers. He was at the railroad depot to meet the expected help when a stranger got off the train and approached him. "Are you the mayor?" the stranger asked. The mayor, looking anxiously for the Ranger force, said, "Yeah, but I have no time to talk to you now. I'm waiting for the Texas Rangers to stop this rioting." The stranger said, "I'm the Ranger. I was sent down to help you." The mayor's mouth dropped open in dismay. "They only send one Ranger?" Puzzled by the question, the Ranger said, "Yeah. You only got one riot, haven't you?" Don't forget our date, same time next week, folks. See you then.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Frank Martin, Reed Hadley, Wilms Herbert, Dick Ryan, and Lorene Tuttle. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The secret of Dennis Day's comedy is that he always appears perplexed and bewildered. Dennis will be back on the network of the Chimes Saturday, October 7th. That's 3 weeks from tonight, with more delightful mix-ups and popular music in a thrilling day manner. And that same Saturday, October 7th, also marks the return of Judy Canova with more of her mountain-style music and mayhem. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Personnel Division. A resident of your city files a report of assault and battery. His shoulder is dislocated. He's been badly beaten. He claims his assailant was a young police officer. Your job? Investigate.
Comparison proves Fatima quality.
Yes, comparison proves Fatima quality.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you are now smoking.
Prove Fatima quality yourself today. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 11th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of BIA. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Lieutenant Jesse. My name's Friday. It was 10:23 a.m. when I got to room 83, the squad room.
Joe, you catch up with the lieutenant?
Yeah, in a meeting. He said he'd be out about 11:30. He wants us to handle it for the time being.
Oh. Well, Joe, this is Officer Blanchard. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
I'm glad to know you, Friday. I think I've seen you around Central a couple of times.
Yeah, sure. How are you?
What's this thing all about? Do you mind telling me?
You worked yesterday, did you?
Yeah, that's right. My regular beat, South Central area.
Anything out of the ordinary happen while you were on duty?
No, not much. Made a couple of pinches, that's about all. Pretty quiet otherwise.
Did you make one of those arrests at 7928 Cortlandt Avenue?
Yeah, that's right. A woman, 2 men, users. All 3 of them were booked in violation of State Narcotics Act.
Any of the 3 familiar to you at all, Blanchard? I mean, had you ever seen them before the time you arrested them?
No, none of them. I knew the place, though. I've been keeping an eye on it lately. One of those old-fashioned homes converted into a rooming house.
Uh-huh.
I've been noticing some of the people going in and out of the place. They didn't look too good to me. That's why I say I've been keeping an eye on the house. Now, what's the story on this anyway? You get a kickback on an arrest I made?
Well, we'd like to have your version of it first, Blanchard. Exactly what happened? How'd you come to make the pinch?
Well, I was walking my regular beat. I think it was about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I was going along Cortlandt, the 7900 block. A woman came out of the front door and hailed me. She complained about a 507 party in the house a couple doors down the street.
And that was at number 7928, the boarding house?
Yeah. I checked it out. The party was going on up on the 3rd floor. I went up, found the girl and the 2 men in the room facing on the street. The girl was fixing a pop for herself when I came in. 2 caps of heroin on the table in front of her.
Mm-hmm. What'd you do then?
I made a grab for the 2 caps. One of the guys beat me to it. He got him, ran to the next room, and tried to flush him down the drain. He didn't quite make it, though. I got one of the caps before he could get rid of it.
What'd you do then, Blanchard?
Well, I sat the 3 of them down, called into the office. I checked the room over while we were waiting, found 2 more caps of heroin, usual equipment to go with it. When the radio car showed up, the 3 of them were taken downtown to narcotics squad and booked. That's all I can tell you about it.
Well, during the time you were waiting there in the room, Blanchard, did you have any trouble with the suspects at all?
Well, I got a lot of talk from one of the men, a fellow by the name of Evans. He's supposed to run the boarding house. Claims he didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't know the girl was a hype. You know, the usual stuff.
And that was the extent of it? Just talk?
Sure, that's all. Why?
Well, that's not the story, according to Evans. He had his lawyer bail him out last night. He was in to file charges against you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Assault and battery. He claims that you worked him over for no reason at all. He says you beat him up and dislocated his shoulder.
Oh, he's crazy. He's lying. I didn't work him over.
Well, he says he's got witnesses to prove it, Blanchard. The 2 people who were with him, the woman, the other man. He says they'll swear that's what you did.
Yeah, but it's not true. They're trying to cook up a frame. I didn't touch any of them.
Well, this Evans looked like he's been mussed up. Cuts and bruises all over his face. His shoulder's fairly recent, too.
Yeah, I know that, but I didn't do it. He was in the same shape when I found him up in that room yesterday. Matter of fact, I asked him about it. He wouldn't tell me. It's the truth, Sergeant, so help me. All 3 of them are lying. I didn't beat him up.
Well, it's your word against theirs, Blanchard. The facts seem to favor Evans.
I don't get this at all. Two of those people are known hypes. They'd swear anything for a free cap. You know that. What good is their word?
Maybe no good at all. It's not up to us to decide. Evans filed a complaint. It's our job to follow through.
Now, you're sure about the shape Evans was in when you found him up in that room yesterday, Blanchard? He was already marked up, is that right?
I'm sure he was. I told you. I asked him about it. He wouldn't answer me.
But you had no way of proving that you couldn't possibly have been responsible for it.
Well, it's up to him, isn't it, Evans? If he says I worked him over, let him prove it.
I'm afraid he's got the jump there. Two witnesses.
Yeah, but they're lying. You must know that. They're lying.
Well, now, look, you can see the position it puts us in. If you're innocent, we're going to do all we can. If you're guilty, we'll see that you get everything that's coming to you.
Well, you know it as well as I do, Sergeant. I had no reason to beat him up. I didn't do it.
Well, it's not up to us, Blanchard. The court will have to decide.
Doesn't make sense. None of it does.
There's no other way to handle it. We got 4,500 men in the department. We don't claim they're all saints. Once in a while, one of them turns bad, and all of us get a black eye. You're in a jam, Blanchard. Like anyone else, you'll get a fair trial.
Yeah. Well, what happens now? Do I draw suspension?
Yeah, that's right. If you're cleared of the charges in court, there'll be a hearing before the Board of Rights.
Am I through right now?
We'll have to book you in at the main jail. Case will be presented at the DA's office tomorrow.
Doesn't make sense. I had no reason to beat up Evans. No reason at all.
You sure of that, are you?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure.
Well, Evans claims you did have a reason, a good one.
What?
Well, he says you handed him a proposition. He wouldn't go for it, so you worked him over.
What do you mean? What kind of a proposition?
The bad kind.
Huh?
He says you wanted a payoff. Investigating charges against a police officer involves exactly the same procedure as cases where private citizens are concerned. Prove the suspect innocent or guilty. If Blanchard was innocent, it wasn't going to be an easy job proving it. If he hadn't beat up the complainant, George Evans, and dislocated his shoulder, it seemed the only way out would be to find the man who did. Either that or prove that the two witnesses Evans had come up with were lying. If Blanchard was guilty, if he actually had slugged and beaten Evans, we had to find sufficient evidence and we had to find a motive. 11:10 a.m., Ed and I took Officer Harry Blanchard over to the main jail where he was booked in and lodged in one of the cell blocks. Then we went upstairs to the women's jail where we interviewed one of the witnesses to the alleged beating, an Eleanor Rowland. She'd had previous arrests for vagrancy, grand theft auto, and petty theft, as well as an established reputation as a user of narcotics. She was 23 years old.
Yeah, it was terrible. That cop really roughed him up, poor old Evans. Cop didn't have to treat him like that.
How long have you known George Evans, Miss Rowland? You old friends?
No, I wouldn't say that. I met him a couple weeks ago when I came down from north.
San Francisco?
Portland. I was visiting up there. I'm a Portland girl originally.
Well, how about this other man you were with at the time Officer Blanchard picked you up, this Ray Sherman? He an old friend?
Buster? Yeah, I've known him a few years.
Do you know Evans very well?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ray's had a room at the boarding house a couple of years. I guess he's good friends with Evans. Say, can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
You ever worked narcotics up in Portland?
No, ma'am, never have.
Face is familiar. Could have sworn I mentioned Portland.
Do you want to run over that story again for us, Miss Rowland, about what happened yesterday?
Not much to say, just the same as I told you.
You usually stay at Evans' rooming house when you're in town, do you?
No, it's only the second time I was there.
How about George Evans? Was he there at the time?
No, not first. Me and Buster had a pop, and then we sat around and talked. Evans came in a little later. Three of us talked. Told me and Buster not to bring any more junk in the house. He didn't want to get into trouble. Then, speak of the devil, a cop walked in.
What happened then?
Buster grabbed two caps off the table, tried to get rid of them. He only got rid of one, though. The cop got the other one.
Well, how'd the argument start? You remember that? Between Evans and the officer, I mean.
Well, I was a little high at the time. I don't remember it word for word. Evans said he didn't have anything to do with it, but the cop kept pressing him. He told Evans he'd forget about it if Evans would pay him off. Evans told him no, he wouldn't give him a cent, and then the cop started beating him up.
You were in the same room with him all this time?
Yeah, Buster and me. We saw it all. Poor old Evans. He really got worked over. Cop didn't have to treat him like that. Say, are you sure you're not from Portland?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. Now, about how many times would you say the officer hit Evans?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that exactly. Dozens of times, I guess. Kept hitting him with his fist, pushed him all around the room. I was a little high at the time. I don't remember everything exactly. Sure could use a booster about now.
Are you sure about everything you've told us, Miss Rowland? That's the truth?
Yeah, that's right. Some of the details I didn't remember so well. He straightened it out for me, though. He told me just what happened.
Who's that?
George Evans.
11:50 a.m. Ed and I continued questioning Eleanor Rowland. The more we talked to her, the more we were convinced that at the time of the alleged beating, she was under a heavy dose of narcotics, and that for the most part, she'd picked up her version of the story from the alleged victim, George Evans. We went down to the second floor of the main jail to one of the interview rooms where we talked to the second witness, Ray Sherman, alias Tom Raymond, alias Buster Raymond. He also had a long record as a user of narcotics. He gave the same general version of the incident as the Rowland girl did, but despite the girl's story, he claimed he was not under the influence of narcotics at the time Officer Blanchard entered the room and made the arrest. Besides that, there were other discrepancies. 1:05 p.m., we had some lunch at the Federal Cafe, and then we drove out to interview the complainant in the case, George Evans. After checking at his rooming house, we finally located him in a neighborhood bowling alley. He was sitting at a bar adjoining the actual playing area, drinking a bottle of beer. Parts of his face and neck were bandaged, and his left shoulder was in a cast. He appeared friendly and cooperative.
I kept telling the cop I didn't have any money, told him I wouldn't give him a payoff even if I did.
So he started working you over, that right, Evans?
Yes, that's right. I don't have anything against cops normally, but this guy, that's something else. How do you ever get on the force anyway?
Had you ever had any contact with Officer Blanchard before yesterday, Evans?
Yes, I did, twice before. He came to the house, accused me of running a hideout for thieves, junkies. Tried to get me to pay him off then, too. I wouldn't do it.
That's, when was that, Evans?
About 6-8 months ago. Yeah, at least that.
Well, how was it you didn't report Blanchard then?
Well, I wouldn't cause any trouble, get mixed up in a law case. I figured I could take care of him myself. But after that going over yesterday, that was enough for me. I don't understand how the guy ever made the force to begin with.
What's the matter?
That shoulder of mine, he really tore it apart.
How'd you spend your time yesterday, Evan? Do you mind telling us?
No, I don't mind. I slept till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Had a little bit of a hangover. Then I got up and made some breakfast and read the paper. That's about size.
I mean, you were in your room all day up to the time you went down the hall to Ray Sherman's room?
That's right. Ray was there with this girlfriend of his, Eleanor. I didn't know she was a hype. That's the truth. Ray should have known better having her there. I don't like the kind of stuff going on around my place.
Now, we've checked you through the record bureau, Evans. There's been 3 or 4 similar cases at your places the last few years, hasn't there?
A couple, yeah. It's a real problem. I don't know how you keep them out. Whole neighborhood around here, you know. Pretty hard to stop it, I guess.
We understand you were in the room there while the girl helped herself to a fix, is that right?
No, I wasn't in the room when she took the fix. I got there a couple minutes after. I didn't even know what was going on. You can ask Ray Sherman, the girl, too. They'll tell you I wasn't there.
Well, that's something else we wanted to ask you about. Sherman and the girl don't seem too sure of their stories. Can you straighten us out there?
How do you mean?
Well, Sherman told us one thing, the girl tells us something else. Can't seem to get together.
Yeah, but I told him.
You told him what, Evan?
Well, nothing. I told him to tell the truth, that's all. That stupid Ray. He doesn't know half the time what he's doing.
Well, that doesn't make him much of a witness then, does it?
Well, what do you mean? He was there when that cop slugged me, beat me up. He could see that much.
Well, that's just it. We're not sure he did.
Huh?
The girl says Blanchard worked you over in the living room there. Sherman says Blanchard took you out in the kitchen and beat you up. Now, which is it?
I think I'm beginning to get the pitch.
How's that?
You're out to cover up for that cop. Is that it? Take care of your own?
We're assigned to investigate this thing, Evans, just like any other criminal case. Blanchard's not getting any more of a break than any other suspect would.
Yeah, sure.
We still haven't answered our question. Where did it happen, living room or kitchen?
The interview's all over, Sergeant. I got the pitch. You can take this back to your office. I'm going to get that cop convicted. If it's the last thing I do, you can count on that.
What's the matter, Evans? All we did was ask you a simple question.
Don't try to kid me, Sergeant. I got the angle. You're trying for a cover-up. Okay, go ahead and try.
Now, look, why don't you snap out of it, mister? Nobody's trying to cover up unless it's you. Sherman and the girl are your witnesses. Some of the points of their stories don't check out. We want to clear them up. Does that sound unreasonable?
I told you, Sergeant, it's no use. I got your angle.
Answer me one more thing, Evans.
You're on your own. I'm telling you nothing.
Who was the doctor that treated you after you were beaten up?
Down at Georgia Street, the emergency. You ought to know that.
No, I mean for your shoulder. We checked over your car down at Georgia Street. No mention there of a dislocated shoulder.
No, of course not. I didn't even know I had one until I was bailed out. I had my own doctor fix it.
You mind giving us his name?
Why should I? I was willing to go along, cooperate, then you started playing it cagey, trying to cover up for that cop. Now you work it out on your own.
All right, mister. Any way you want it.
You bet that's the way I want it. You had this whole thing framed from the beginning.
Now you're off the track, Evans.
You're not kidding me. You're trying to prove that cop's innocent, trying to make me out a liar. What am I supposed to do, help you prove I'm a liar?
No, you've helped enough already. Ed and I double-checked through Officer Blanchard's departmental record. It showed that Blanchard had been working his present beat for a little more than 4 months. Evans had told us that Blanchard allegedly had solicited payoffs from him at least 6 to 8 months before. The following day, Ed and I made further inquiries in the neighborhood of Evans' rooming house and also among his friends and associates. For one thing, we found out that Evans had not spent the entire morning and early afternoon in the house. He'd been seen leaving his place by several neighbors at about 10 a.m. Through one of his contacts, we got the address of an ex-wife, since remarried, a Marie Evans Zarconi. We located her in a small apartment in the East Wilshire district, a small brunette woman about 35.
Now, you tell us she used to be married to Evans.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what kind of business was Evans in when you were married to him, ma'am?
Well, he had that rooming house over on Cortland
Yes,
Avenue.
ma'am, we know about that. Was there anything else?
What's the matter, anyway?
Just a routine investigation. We'd like to have as much background on him as you can remember. Are you on fairly good terms with Evans now?
No, I haven't seen him since we split up. About a year and a half ago, I think. That's why I couldn't stand him.
What was the trouble, ma'am? You mind telling us?
He just isn't much good, that's all. You find a lot of names to fit him. He was in everything.
How do you mean?
That's why I got away from him. Every cheap, lousy racket you can think of, he was in it. Peddling dope, blackmail, making books, some of the two-bit rackets. He's been in all of them, one after the other. I had to get away.
A rooming house on Cortland Avenue, that's where he's been operating all this time?
As long as I've known him, yeah. About 3 years, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Is narcotics just a sideline with him, or does he go in for it pretty heavy?
He was in it pretty heavy when I left him.
I don't know what he's been doing since. I don't care. Just soon forget all about it.
Yes, ma'am, I can understand.
What's the matter now, anyway? Got a case against him?
Well, not exactly. Evans is filed against a police officer, assault and battery, soliciting a bribe. We're investigating the charges.
Sounds like him. Some cop really rough him up?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. That's what we're trying to find out.
Oh. Well, I'd like to help you out. Don't think I can, though.
Well, just one more question, ma'am. While you were married to Evans, did you have a family doctor? I mean, one that you called regularly when you were sick?
Yeah, we did. Why?
Well, what was his name? Can you remember?
Yeah, Dr. Chase. Did you like his address?
2:47 p.m. We got to Dr. Chase's office, and luckily we found him in.
Take a look at this magazine, Joe.
What?
National Geographic. Looks like a real old one, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it sure does. Cover's torn off there.
Yeah. What do you know about that? It's older than I thought. Look at this here.
What do you got?
These pictures, eh? Look. 4 pages of them. Pretty grand affair, huh?
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt breaks ground for Panama Canal. How about that?
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen.
That's perfectly all right, Doctor.
Let's see now. You want to know about...
Mr. Evans, Doctor. George Evans?
Oh, yes, Evans. What was it exactly, Sergeant? What did you have in mind?
Well, the first thing we'd like to know is if you've treated Evans recently, the last week or so.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. He was in here, well, let me see now. Let's see, yes, I thought so. He was in here 3 days ago. I had some bad cuts and bruises.
Mm-hmm.
They'd already been treated, though. There wasn't much I could do.
Well, was there anything else wrong with him, Doctor?
No, not actually. I examined his shoulder. He insisted it hurt him. He wanted me to put it in a cast.
Mm-hmm. You put the cast on, did you?
Well, there really wasn't any need for it, but I put it on anyway. A little bit of psychiatry. Thought it'd make him feel better.
Well, how do you mean, Doctor? Wasn't any need for it?
Just one of those peculiar things. I've been treating Evans for some time, you know.
Yes, sir. That's what we understand.
It's fairly unusual. Hardly a rare case, though. Suppose you might call it a trick shoulder. Looks as though it might be dislocated, but it actually isn't. I think it's voluntary.
You mean he could do this thing himself?
Oh, yes. He can make it appear dislocated anytime he wants.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all, king-size cigarettes. Prove it yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before. Switch to Fatima today. Remember, each king-size Fatima filters and cools the smoke, gives you those extra puffs, and you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Saturday, June 15th, 10 a.m. The investigation continued. Meantime, the newspapers were still making front-page material out of the story. One of the morning banner lines read, "Cop slugs cripples citizen to get payoff," and another one, "Police brutality rouses entire city." Our investigation went on. Early Saturday afternoon, Ed and I succeeded in locating a former friend of Evans who told us that he'd seen him downtown the morning of the day on which the alleged beating had taken place. The same time Evans had told us he was in bed nursing a hangover. The former friend, a Fred Werner, said Evans was in the company of 2 known gamblers, Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish. He told us that he'd spotted the 3 of them together at about 11:45 a.m. We questioned Sweetser and Parrish, but they refused to tell us anything. They admitted that they were acquainted with Evans, but they knew nothing about the beating he'd received. We continued making the rounds. 5:30 p.m. We dropped to the main jail and questioned Evans' 2 witnesses again, Ray Sherman and Eleanor Rowland. We got the same stories as before. 6:18 p.m. We got back to the city hall.
stretch, huh? Sure be glad to get home.
Yeah, not a bad day, though. We had fair luck, didn't
I suppose so. It could always be better. Sure like to get the straight story, one way or the other.
You want to check the book, Ed, see if we got anything?
Yeah, okay. No, not much, Joe. Call from a Tom Donnelly, you know him?
Donnelly? No, that doesn't sound too familiar to me.
I got it. Personnel Jacobs. How's that? No, afraid he's gone for the night. Yeah, huh? No, I'm sorry, I wouldn't know. All right, thank you. There's another message here for us, Joe, in the book.
Yeah?
From Blanchard's wife again. I'm getting to feel pretty silly about it, telling her the same thing night after night. Why don't you call her tonight?
Well, you've been doing all right. Why give up now? Personnel, Friday. Yeah. What was that? Mm-hmm. Your name? Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. 10 o'clock tonight? All right, that's fine. That's so. Sure. Yeah, we'll meet you. Okay. 10 o'clock. Yeah, fine. Bye. Sounds pretty good.
Who was it?
Guy by the name of Martin Kimbrough says he knows George Evans. He wants to talk to us tonight.
What's the pitch?
I don't know. Might be straight, might not.
What'd he say?
About Evans being worked over. He claims he knows all about it.
Yeah?
He says Blanchard couldn't possibly have done it. 7:05 p.m. We went over to Frank Tang's place, had some dinner, and then we drove out to interview the man who'd identified himself on the phone as Martin Kimbrough. We located him at the designated meeting place, a small bar just off Beverly Boulevard and Normandy Avenue. Kimbrough was a small man, slight build, middle-aged. He seemed less sure of himself than he did on the phone. He said that he knew George Evans fairly well and that up until 6 months before he'd been on good terms with him. He didn't go into details, but he gave us the general idea that Evans had cheated him on some business deal the two of them had been engaged in. We asked Kimbrough about the beating Evans had taken. He said it was common knowledge among the people he traveled with that gamblers Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish were responsible for beating up Evans. He'd welched on a gambling debt, and the two of them had been after him for months to pay off. He also said he knew a close friend of the two gamblers who told him that in private, Carl Sweetser openly boasted of beating up Evans. According to Kimbrough, the beating had taken place about 1 p.m. the Monday before, the same day Officer Blanchard allegedly had given him the beating. We located Sweetser in the coffee shop of a small hotel on South Rampart Street.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant. I don't know any George Evans. I've never heard of him.
We understand you do, Sweetser. Heard you used to play cards with him. Got it from a couple of people.
That's all. I guess they made a mistake. I don't remember the name at all. Maybe he's going under a different one, huh?
Well, how about his description? You ought to remember that.
Well, maybe I meet quite a few people. It's kind of hard to place all of them, you know. What's the guy look like?
Oh, he's tall, dark complexion, dark hair, scar under his chin. He dresses pretty well, usually wears a suit.
No, doesn't mean a thing to me.
Runs a rooming house over on Cortlandt Avenue. He's been in quite a few rackets on and off.
Sorry, I'm afraid I wouldn't know him.
Now, look, we haven't got any beef with you, Sweetser. That's not the point. Evans is trying to get away with a fast one. We're out to stop him. We could use your help. How about it?
I don't see how I can help you. What's the beef, anyway?
We think you know. It's been all over the newspapers the last couple of days.
Oh, yeah. A young cop? What's Evans got against him, anyway?
He's trying to save face. We figure that's what we hear, anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I think you know how Evans likes to play the big shot. It wouldn't do his stock much good around town if the real story got out.
I don't follow. What story are you talking about?
About his welching on a gambling tab, getting roughed up. If he says a cop did it, makes him look a lot better, doesn't it? He comes out of it pretty clean that way, doesn't he?
Yeah, pass us all, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you guys have some coffee? I hate to eat alone.
Okay, as soon as the waitress comes around.
No. Oh, what else you hear about this Evans? Pretty bad boy, that, right?
Bad enough. He's got a fast mouth, telling quite a few stories around the neighborhood.
That's so. Yeah, I might remember him. Tall, dark guy who runs a rooming house.
Yeah, that's right. You should remember him. He's mentioned you in a couple of the stories he's passing around.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Talking to a fellow last night. He says Evans claims that card game he was in with you was rigged. That's why he didn't pay you off. He claims you and Stan Parrish framed the whole thing. Is that right?
That's a laugh. Huh? Phony bums are all alike. Lose a couple of dollars and squeal like a pig. What's this Evans doing now?
He's up for a narcotics rap. He's out on bail.
Yeah, cheap punk. What's your stake in this thing?
We're trying to clear the thing up. Apparently, Evans figures he's going to frame the young cop, save face, talk himself out of a bad situation.
Oh, what do you want from me?
The truth.
I'm not going to talk myself into jail, young cop or not.
We're not asking you to.
You want to clear the case, huh? All you need is proof the cop didn't give Evans a working over.
That's right.
Okay, you got a deal.
Without actually incriminating himself in any way, Carl Sweetser gave us information and leads which, after they were checked out, showed definitely that George Evans was slugged and beaten in a neighborhood at least a mile from his rooming house. We talked to half a dozen people who saw Evans in that neighborhood shortly after 1 p.m., the day of the incident. We talked to the clerk at the drugstore where Evans went to buy iodine and bandages. They all told us that he bore the markings of a severe beating as early as 1 o'clock that afternoon. Evans had told us repeatedly that he'd received the beating at the hands of Officer Blanchard no earlier than 3 or 3:15 that afternoon. Ed and I drove over to the main jail where we interviewed Evans' two witnesses again. The girl, Eleanor Rowland, was the first to break. She admitted that Evans had promised both her and her friend, Ray Sherman, $50 apiece if they would go along with him in his plan to frame Officer Blanchard for assault and battery and soliciting a bribe. After an hour of questioning, Sherman admitted the same thing. We had a stenographer take their statements. 4:50 p.m., Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the rooming house on Cortlandt Avenue.
Yeah? Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
You want to get your coat, Evans? Like to see you downtown.
What for? What's it about?
Filing a false report. You know the story.
What are you talking about? What do you mean a false report?
You've been checked out all over town, Evans. Your doctor, your ex-wife, your gambling friends. We talked to them all.
So what? What's that prove anyway?
Proves you were lying, mister. That young officer, Blanchard, he didn't beat you up. There's nothing wrong with your shoulder either. Dr. Chase will vouch for that.
Look, I don't care what he says. I don't care what any of them say. I got my case against that cop. I'm sticking with it. You're not going to talk me
Why don't you give it up, Evans? We had a talk with Carl Sweetser.
What did he tell you?
Enough to convince us you're trying to frame Blanchard. We've got statements from people who saw you before you got back home Monday afternoon. They say you were mussed up then. That was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been telling us Blanchard wasn't at your place till 3 o'clock. Now, how do you explain that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I didn't have the time right. My watch could have been off. Doesn't make any difference anyway.
It's going to make a lot of difference. How about getting your coat?
I'm going to call my lawyer first.
That isn't going to do much good. We've got statements from your two witnesses, Ray Sherman and the girl. They've admitted the whole thing. Now, you haven't got much of a case left.
I don't care what they say. They're lying. Both of them. They're lying.
You ought to know, mister.
What?
You taught them how.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I sincerely want you to smoke Fatima and prove Fatima quality. You know, we have a lot of confidence in our king-size cigarette. Enough confidence to make you this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Compare them with any other king-size cigarette. If you're not convinced Fatima is better, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
A complaint was received on George Evans from the city attorney's office for violation of Section 5243 Municipal Code, filing a false report to the police department, a misdemeanor. He received a sentence of 30 days in the county jail. Ray Sherman was tried and found guilty of Section 11,500 Health and Safety Code, possession of narcotics. He was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and 3 years probation. Eleanor Rowland was filed on as a bag addict, Section 11,721 Health and Safety Code. She was sentenced to 60 days in the county jail. Officer Harry Blanchard was cleared of the charges pending against him and was... You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, and Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips and Whit Connor. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Santa Clara County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 123. Be on the lookout for two men who just held up the Pacific Theater in San Jose. Suspect number one described as 33 years, 5 feet 10 inches, 160 pounds, wearing a gray suit, a gray hat. Suspect number two, 20 years, 5 feet 11 inches, 150 pounds, wearing a dark blue top coat, a brown hat. These men are believed to have escaped and afford to pay. Stand by for further details. You will be amazed how quickly the police catch the criminals in tonight's crime. Enlightened civic officials have supplied the police forces of many western cities with the newest scientific devices to fight lawbreakers, including high-powered police cars equipped with radio and powered with Rio Grande crack, the only Pacific Coast gasoline made by the very latest scientific Sinclair refining process. Police cars have proved that cracked gasoline develops greatest speed and power. In Los Angeles, where the police cars answer from 700 to 1,000 emergency calls every day, it takes an average of only 2 minutes and 42 seconds for a police car to reach the citizens who call for help. Police give Rio Grande cracked gasoline full credit for making this great speed possible. And in the largest cities and counties of the West, more police and emergency cars are powered with Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline. This is the same gasoline you can get from the Rio Grande dealer near you. You, too, can enjoy police car performance in your own car. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Chief of Police Black of San Jose, California, who will speak to you from the studios of KFRC in San Francisco. Chief Black. Good evening. The cop on the beat is a thing of the past. Nowadays, the officer who helps preserve the peace of your community rides in a high-powered patrol car, constantly in touch with headquarters by means of police radio on the dashboard, and, as is becoming more and more the case, able to communicate directly with headquarters by means of the shortwave sending set in the car. Behind the officer in the radio car is all the equipment science has given to criminology. Laboratories for testing physical evidence, fingerprinting, the statewide teletype which flashes the news of a crime, and the description of the criminals over the entire state in an instant. Against such a formidable array of equipment and knowledge, how can the criminal hope to win? We who know that he never does often wonder at his stupidity in trying. The story you are about to hear is one in which the criminals attempted to enlist the most modern developments of the day to their side. But quick as they were, the police were quicker, as you soon will see. Late in the fall of 1932, that a young man calls upon the manager of the Pacific Theater, a first-run movie house in San Jose, California.
When did you wait to see?
I want to see Mr. Stanley, the manager.
Oh, yes. Mister, I've forgotten your name.
Andrews. Robert Andrews. You ought to know me by now.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember you, Mr. Andrews. You're the lobby display artist, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Stanley's tied up. If there's anything I can
now
do...
listen, girlie, don't hand me that chatter. I've heard it before. I want to see Stanley.
But he's busy right now.
Busy looking over last week's motion picture Herald, I bet. Tell him I'm here.
Very well. Mr. Andrews is outside to see you, Mr. Stanley. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Stanley is busy, Mr. Andrews. He can't be disturbed.
Okay, I'll wait.
He may be tied up for some time.
I'll still wait.
Very well. Please, if you don't mind.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
You're sort of hard to get along with, aren't you, girlie?
Huh. Yes, David?
There's a man outside with 3 pies on. Lucky guy. What will I tell him to do with it?
David, you know the film goes in the projection room.
Yes, only the door's locked.
Oh, very well, I'll tend to it. Come along, David.
Well, I guess I'll be my own secretary. Good morning, Mr. Stanley. What? Oh, I told my secretary to tell you I was busy. You did, but you had to step out a minute, so I just thought I'd drop in. I've got nothing for you. Now, listen, Mr. Stanley, don't be so sure about that. Look here. Take a look at this bill. That's the lobby of the Occidental in Los Angeles. I did all the cutouts and lobby cards for Madelon Corday for them. Did you ever see a sweeter job in your life? That's all right. And now look at this. The lobby of the Dragnet. There's my shop on the 42nd Street campaign. Yes, it's all right, Mr. Stanley. I can take you lobby cards and design cutouts that'll drag them in off the street. I can give you... I believe I said before that I was busy. Oh, you did? And I mean it. Now listen to me. I don't want any lobby cards or cutouts. You get all that display stuff from the cinema display in Frisco. And I told you that the first time you came in here, and I'm tired of repeating it. Good morning, Now, Mr. Stanley, I can do you a better job at Let's Go. Good morning, Mr. Andrews. Oh, I don't know why I waste my time talking to you. I don't either. I'm used to doing big jobs, not decorating the front of Tanktown show shops. You don't seem to realize who I am. Will you get out now, or shall I call the police and have them escort you out? Oh, you're going to get tough, huh? All right, don't bother. I'll get out. But I won't forget this, Mr. Stanley. Back to Los Angeles goes discouraged, unemployed, still-card writer Andrews. And one day, a few weeks later, he runs into Harvey Spangler, an acquaintance of his. Hello, Andrews. How's things? Not so good. How are things with you? Managing to eat. That's about all. What's the matter? Ain't you working? No, things are slow. I've been canvassing all the theaters over the state, but I couldn't pick up much card writing. Yeah, it's tough. Didn't see some good prospects, did you? What do you mean? Theaters are pretty easy to knock over. Rob? Sure. When things are as tough as they are this winter, I figure the guy's entitled to his any way he can get it. Well, I haven't looked at it quite that way. That's the only way to look at it. Yeah. Well, you're right. Now, you take theaters. They're sweet layouts. They do business Saturday afternoon and Sunday while the banks are closed. That means that any good-sized house has got a real bankroll in the safe by the time Monday morning rolls around. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember when I was talking to the manager of the Pacific in San Jose, he was counting the takings. Well, there must have been $2 grand spread around. The Pacific in San Jose. That's a natural. Can make a getaway into Frisco and lose ourselves before the cops wake up to answer the phone. Yeah, we could. And I got a little matter to settle with the manager of the Pacific anyway. I don't like that guy. Just after Christmas, Spangler and Andrews drive north. In San Jose, they take a room in a hotel facing the theater. For several days, they watch the movements of the theater staff from their window. Then, shortly before noon on the 31st of December. There goes Stanley with a sack of dough. What time is it? 11:45. It's early today. Banks close at noon. Oh, that's right. I forgot today was Saturday. He never takes the dough out until about 1 o'clock on weekdays. And today ain't no regular Saturday. What do you mean? Tonight's New Year's Eve. That's right, so it is. And they're having a special midnight show across the street. That ought to boost the box office receipts. Yeah. Figuring on knocking them over tonight? That's that same knot. Let them collect the Sunday take for us, too. And we'll relieve Norbert Monday morning, just before your friend, Mr. Stanley, takes it to the bank. In broad daylight? Sure, why not? Nobody around the theater at that time of day. Excepting the porter and the secretary. Well, I handle them okay. Just at noon, the following Monday, Andrews and Spangler park their car in front of the theater, get out and saunter across the deserted lobby. Blinking, they step from the brilliant sunlight into the still darkness of the empty theater. Where do you suppose that porter is? Probably sitting up under the seat. Yeah, there he is, over the side. Hey, don't call me like it's his mask adjusted. I don't want anybody to recognize me. Yeah. Okay. Porter. Come
Come there a minute, will you? Remember, don't say anything in front of these people. They might recognize your voice. Don't worry.
What was it you did?
Pick it up.
Yes, sir.
And keep quiet if you want to keep your health.
Don't worry, I ain't gonna lose it.
Okay. And lead the way to the manager's office.
But I can't take you all involved. Mr. Stanley's busy.
Yeah, I know. Busy counting the weekend receipts.
And besides, he got the door bolted from the inside.
I know about that, too. And you're going to walk in there in front of our guns and knock on the door and ask him to let you in.
You won't like that.
What do I care? You're going to tell him you want to clean the windows in there, see?
Yeah, but I can't.
Get going, get going.
Yeah, but I'm going as fast as my shaky legs will let me. I'm moving down quickly. Here we go.
Okay. Knock on the door.
Yeah, it's me, sir. David. What do you want? If you don't mind, boss, I'd like to get at those windows and go. They're powerful dirty.
Can you come back a little later, David? Miss Coon and I are busy right now.
Tell him you got to come in now.
But I can't.
You letting your ribs go on.
But at the falls, I've all finished up at the place. I sure would like to get at those windows.
Oh, very well, then.
Pick him up.
What? David wasn't in it.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't help it.
Inside, all of you. Back against the wall. Where's that go, Mr. Stanley? Oh, I see. All counted out on the disc. Mighty nice of you. Okay, pal. Shovel that jacket up his bag.
Okay. His friend looks familiar to me.
Yeah. How's that? He's got a mask on.
Still, he looks familiar.
Well, he ought to. We've been staking this joint for a week. He's been coming to the store every night to look the place over. You must have seen him in the lobby.
Perhaps.
But I wouldn't advise you to try to identify him. We bump guys off and it. You know what that, pal? That? Hand over your key ring.
What for?
Don't ask full questions. Hand it over.
Very well, then. Here you are.
I'll just keep these so you won't be able to get out of here for a while.
The phone. Hold the phone.
Yeah. Well, just make sure you don't call the cops too soon. Now you'll keep your trap shut for a while if you know what's good for you.
Oh, Mr. Stanley.
All right, let them get away. Don't you see? They yanked the phone on my desk, but they didn't know about this one back there in the projection room. The sheriff will be looking for them before they 6 blocks away.
Sanitary Sheriff's Office.
I want to speak to the sheriff. Hurry.
Just a minute, now I'll connect you.
It's an emergency. Hurry.
I'm ringing the sheriff.
Sheriff Emmett speaking.
Hello, Sheriff. This is Bill Stanley over the Pacific Taylor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanley. How are you?
Listen, Sheriff, I've been held up.
Oh, you have? When?
Just 3 minutes ago. 2 men came in and held up my secretary and myself and took our weekend receipts, over $2,000.
Well, can you give me a description?
Well, they both wore masks. I could tell that one of them was about 5 feet 10. He wore a gray suit and a gray hat. The other was about an inch taller, and he had on a dark blue coat and a brown hat.
Number 1, 5 feet 10, wore a gray suit, gray hat. Number 2, about 5 feet 11, dark blue coat, brown hair. These men robbed the Pacific Theater in San Jose 10 minutes ago. Cassidy, get that on the teletype to all points right away.
Yes, sir.
With the speed of light, the law throws an invisible net across the state of California as teletype machines in Los Angeles, in El Centro, in Eureka and San Bernardino, in Watsonville and San Francisco receive the description of the wanted men at the same moment. The news of their crime travels a million miles faster than the speeding getaway car in which the 2 robbers were roaring along the Bayshore Highway towards San Francisco. You know what I tell you? It was a pushover, wasn't it? Yeah, sure was. Now, by the time those birds break out of that office and tip off the law, we'll be out of the heat. Better turn to the right at this next road. There's an airport down there. Okay. Look, there's a ship out there on the runway warming up. Pull up by the office. Yeah, you wait in the car. Okay.
Yes, sir?
How much to fly my partner and me into Frisco?
$5 apiece.
Okay. Got his ship ready to go?
Yeah, it's that red monoplane out there.
Good.
Let's get her rolling.
Yes, sir. Well, Tom.
Yeah?
There's a couple of fares from Mill Field.
Okay.
Tom will take care of you.
Fine. Now, listen. We'll leave our car here and pick it up tonight around 6. My partner and I are late for a business appointment in Frisco. Gotta get there fast.
Well, we'll look after your car.
All right. Let's go.
Right.
Come on, Bob.
All set, huh?
Yeah.
How long will it take to get to Frisco, pilot?
Yeah, I'll lunch at Millsfield in 15 minutes. That's swell.
Hop in.
Well, here you are, Dent. Sure was fast. That'll be $10. Here you are. And here's 50 cents tip. Thanks. Now, let's grab that cab over there, Bob. We gotta hurry. Okay, let's go.
Go on. So long, boys.
Oh, Tom. Hi, Eddie. This is pretty good, huh? Yeah, but I can't figure it out. What? See those two guys getting to that cab over there? Yeah. Well, I just flew them over from Palo Alto. They said they were in a hurry to get to San Francisco. Said they'd been driving all night. So they left their car at the airport, and I flew them over here. Well, what's so mysterious? Well, by the time they get to town in that cab, they won't have stayed more than a few minutes. It looks suspicious. It does. I think I'll tell the boss about it when I get back to the field. Later, Eddie. Oh.
All the details, San Francisco Police, Cross Street speaking.
This is Mr. Walters, manager of the Palo Alto Airport.
Yes, sir?
Strange thing occurred down here, which I think I should report to you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
About a half an hour ago, a couple of men drove up to the airport and served the place.
Sheriff Emmett speaking.
Officer Goldstein of San Francisco Auto Detail, sir.
Yes, officer.
I just received a report from Palo Alto Airport. Two men who fit your teletype description of the man who robbed the Pacific Theater in San Jose took a plane from Palo Alto to Millsfield a half hour ago.
That's fine.
I suggest you cover the airport in case they return for the south.
I'll do that at once.
In the meantime, I'll check with the captain.
The top hat on me.
Goldstein of the police department.
Right away, sir.
No. I don't want a cab. I want some information.
Yes, sir.
Get the driver who brought two fares from Millsfield into town about 3/4 of an hour ago and have him call me right away.
Yes, sir. I'll try to get it for you.
Auto detail, Goldstein speaking.
This is Gordon Peter speaking.
Yeah?
I drive a cab for the Blue Pack. You want to talk to him?
Yes. Did you bring two men in from Millsfield an hour ago?
Yes, sir.
One of them wear a blue overcoat and a brown hat, and the other the gray overcoat and a gray hat?
Yeah, that's right.
Where'd you drop them?
They stayed over at the hotel on South Street.
Did you overhear their conversation while you're driving them in?
No, they didn't say nothing. I can't remember what
Bureau of Inspector, San Francisco Police, Lieutenant Mitchell.
Goldstein, the auto detail, Lieutenant.
Yes, Goldstein.
You see the all-point teletype about the San Jose theater hold up a couple of hours ago?
Yes, I got it right here in front of me.
Two men who pulled that job were registered to the St. Edward Hotel.
Yes, sir. Would you like a room? Yes, it's a good room. Question, you know who I am, don't you? You look like you're from the police department. That's right. What is it you wanted? How long have you been on the desk? I came on duty at noon. I have two fellows sitting in the room in the last 2 hours. One wore a blue coat and a brown hat. The other a gray coat and a gray hat. Why, yes. I think I do remember them. They're in 1005. What names did they give? Now, let's see. Robert Andrews and Harvey Spangler. Fine. Get the house taken and come along with us. We're going to put them under arrest. Now, please don't create a disturbance. I wouldn't want to get... Don't worry. We'll be as quiet as hell as this. Lieutenant Mitchell assigned his men to cover all exits to the hotel, and then accompanied by Inspectors Butts and Lally and the hotel manager and house detective, he takes the elevator to the 10th floor. But in the meantime, a bellboy is tapping on the door of room 1005.
Yes. What is it? Shoot from the valet, sir.
Thanks.
Take a dime.
Thank you, sir. By the way, was you expecting someone?
Me? No. No, why?
I heard somebody asking for you today.
Oh, yeah? Thanks. Here's a $50 for telling me. Now, Graham.
Yes, sir. Gee, thanks.
Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
Where's the fire escape?
Just out the end of the hall.
Fine. Now, beat it, will you?
Yes, sir.
As Mitchell and his companions are coming up in the elevator, Potter steps out into the fire escape and starts down the outside of the building. A moment later, the officers are knocking on the door of Potter's room.
Come on, open up. Apparently he's out. Shipped out, you mean. Try the door, but
It's unlocked.
yeah, you can see he's left in a hurry. What's all the trouble, gentlemen?
Have you seen the guest who's in this room, Harry?
Well, sure. I just delivered a kid to him a few minutes ago. I told him you gentlemen were asking for it. You did? Yeah. And he gave me a 50-cent tip.
I should think he would. Which way did he go?
Oh, he didn't go anywhere. He just asked me where the fire escape was.
The fire escape? What floor did it come out on? The third. Okay, but you stay in the room. The rest of you come along with me. We'll head him off when he gets to the bottom of the fire escape. Back down the elevator go the officers. And as they are walking down the hall toward the fire escape on the third floor...
There he is, Lieutenant. Stop hiding in that window.
All right, you keep coming and don't pull no gun. I said don't pull a gun in a minute.
Okay.
Snap the cuffs on him, Lolly.
Right.
What's your name?
Albert Taylor.
Where's your partner, Andrews?
I don't know.
Come on back up to your room. I want to ask you some questions. By the time the officers and their prisoner return to 10:05, Inspector Butts has searched the place and found some items of interest.
Well, Lieutenant, I found the hall from the Pacific Theater. It's all here. $2,200 in cash and $500 in checks.
Fine. Well, Spangler, what about it?
Looks like they got me. Huh?
I'd say so.
Oh, okay. I pulled the gun.
Where's your pal, Andrews?
Went out to see his girl.
Where she live?
She works in his candy store on Jerry Street near Powell.
Jerry Street near Powell? What's her name?
Sally, I think.
Sally, candy store. Jerry near Powell. Get going, Lolly.
We have a special today on chocolate-covered almonds.
No, thanks. This will be all.
Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Your name's Sally.
Why, yes.
You're Bob Andrews' girl, aren't you?
Why, I know Bob. Yes. Why?
I'm a friend of his. I just ran into Spangler, and he told me Bob was in town. Said you might know where I could find him.
Why, that's a coincidence. Bob just left here a few minutes ago.
Oh, he did, eh? Where was he going?
Why, I think he was going back to the hotel.
That's fine, Miss. But thank you very much. And back in room 10:05, the officers are questioning their prisoner when the phone rings.
I'll get it.
No, wait a minute. That might be Andrews. You answer it, Spangler, and don't tip him off that we're here.
What'll I say to him?
Shoot him, sugar. Get him back up here.
Ask him to double-cross my pal.
We're telling you what to do if you don't want any more trouble. But get on the extension in the other room.
Yep.
Now go ahead, Spangler, and play safe.
Yeah, okay. Hello?
What's the idea? What is this before?
All right. I was asleep.
Yeah? Well, stay away. We ain't out of the heat yet.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Where are you?
He's down in the locker. I'll be right. Get ready to check out.
I'm ready. Right now.
Well?
Downstairs. I'll be right up.
How about it, Butch? Did he cross us up?
He plays straight, all right.
A wise boy.
I can't figure out how you guys caught up with us. We knocked that joint over only 3 hours ago, and we never get away in an airplane.
Listen, Potter. You can't beat the law. As fast as you think you can get away, we beat you by ahead of you. You see, you're in the crime business on a small scale, and we're in the business of catching you on a large scale, with expensive equipment, radio, telepath, and so on. And we've got a nationwide organization. You can't beat us.
Looks like you're right.
Well, here's our friend. Pick him up, Andrew. What is it? You're under arrest. So that's the kind of a pal you are, Spangler. Lead me into a trap like this.
I couldn't help it, Bob. Bad get from me. Nothing we can do about it anyway. The coppers are too quick for it.
Within an hour, Sheriff Emmett is on his way back to San Jose with his prisoner. The next day, Andrews and Spangler, having pled guilty and waived preliminary hearing, are standing before the judge in Superior Court. This case, the state versus Robert Andrews and Harvey Spangler, charged with grand larceny.
How do you plead, gentlemen? Guilty.
Guilty? And judge?
Yes?
Get it over with as soon as possible, will you?
With pleasure. present penitentiary for from 5 years to the rest of your natural life. Next case.
Within a little more than 24 hours after they had robbed the Pacific Theater, Andrews and Spangler were entering the grim portals of San Quentin Penitentiary, dazed by the sudden turn of their fortune, but not too dazed to realize that crime doesn't pay. The new Calling All Cars news is out today, and we urge you to go to your nearest Rio Grande service station and ask for your free copy. The news tells you more about the cases you hear on these broadcasts, and it illustrates some brand new free gifts for boys and girls. Every time you go to a Rio Grande station, you can help some youngster get a G-Man or a junior detective outfit. Nearly every listener to this program realizes that the outstanding gasoline value in this market is Rio Grande Crush. But not all of you know that every Rio Grande dealer now features Sinclair motor oil, because they unquestionably give you more value for your money. All useless wax and valueless petroleum jelly has been removed from Sinclair motor oil. You get nothing but pure oil. No waste, no filler, more lubrication for your money than ever before.
Attention all Santa Clara County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation broadcast 123 regarding a holdup at Pacific Theater. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all.
Bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Listen to Calling All Cars, now also broadcast over the Western Network, KMX Hollywood, KSFO San Francisco, every Thursday evening, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time and 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
on, fellows. Places. Let's get the drama rolling.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooks speaking. Do you believe that such a thing as a perfect murder? I do. In fact, I'm positive there are men walking about freely today who've committed murder and got away with it. Oh, yes, and women, too. They get away with murder. And how? These people who commit the perfect murder think they're pretty clever. Well, of course they are, in a way, let's face it. But murder breeds murder. Chances are they'll try the same thing again. This is where most of them are not so clever. Murders of this sort, what should we call them? Multiple murderers, habitual murderers, whatever you like, have a way of repeating their crime in exactly the same detail. You can't tell what goes on in their crazy minds, but probably they feel that to make any change would be risky. And one slip, just one slip, means the noose or the electric chair for them. Of course, they're wrong. Generally, fatally wrong. Sooner or later, someone is going to spot the fact that a number of murders have been committed that have a sameness about them. And that is where the crime ceases to be perfect. The pattern has been discovered, and of course the next step is the discovery of the murderer himself. The casebook history of George Joseph Smith is a perfect example. In July 1915, he was put on trial at the famous Old Bailey for drowning his wives in bathtubs. Yes, you heard right. Wives, not just one of them. George Joseph Smith was a man of many marriages. Perfectly ordinary-looking fellow, except for his eyes. He had the most amazing hypnotic eyes. You'll probably never know just how many women he fooled with his smooth manners and loving words. And those eyes of his. His technique was always the same. He would propose marriage to a woman he knew had a bit of money put by. They'd be married, and Smith would manage to get hold of his wife's money. And then disappear. Sometimes his wife had more money than he thought at the time of the marriage, sometimes less. And this happened with Betty Mundy. Smith had married her in 1910 using the name of Henry Williams and gave his occupation as picture restoring. They were married only a few days after their meeting. You see, Smith knew that her dead father had left her about £2,500 in gilt-edged securities. A nice, tidy little packet, thought Smith. But he found it wasn't so easy for him to lay hands on it. One morning, Bessie came home from a visit to the trustees who managed her estate.
Yes, dear?
What luck do you have?
Well, it's not very good news, Henry, dear. You're going to be disappointed, I'm afraid.
You mean they won't let you have the money?
No, they won't.
But your own money? Your father left it to you. What's the good of having money if you can't spend it?
Well, the trustee said the principal has to be held in trust for me. There's no way I can have it all at once. But I still get my income of £8 every month.
£8? That's not enough. How can I buy that picture at £8? The old man wants nearly 200 for it. If I had that picture, I know I could sell it again and get twice that for it. Make 100% profit and buy you some really pretty things.
Henry, dear, would he sell you the picture for £135?
Look. Good heavens. Where'd you get that money? I thought you...
I was saving the good news for the last. This is my small monthly income that's been piling up. I got it this morning from the trustees.
£135, eh?
Yes. I was going to spend it on my wedding trousseau, but we were married in such a hurry. You just swept me off my feet.
I couldn't take the chance of losing a little smasher like you. We're going to be very happy together, aren't we?
That's what I told the trustees, darling. They were afraid you might be a fortune hunter just after my money.
A likely tale.
Anybody could tell just by looking at you how wrong they are.
Darling. I say, Betty, if you don't mind my borrowing that money from you, I'll just nip out and bargain with the old man for his picture. Perhaps I can get the less than he's asking.
What a clever man you are. Hurry back, dear. I'll be waiting.
But George Joseph Smith had no intention of buying it, and he didn't come back. Now, Bessie wasn't the first woman who tricked just as easily as that, nor the last. There was the widow at Brighton, from whom he got £100. The young bride he took to visit the National Gallery and left her waiting for him while he tipped off his securities worth £270. There was another woman named Edith Pegler. Smith had married her in Bristol, and it was to her he went back each time after one of his escapades. Was she his one true love? He never defrauded her or ill-treated her in any way. No, he read Shakespeare to her in the garden and played the piano. With his ill-gotten gains, he set up a second-hand furniture store, and she ran it for him during his many absences. Curiously enough, he never knew the true source of his income. Whenever he chose to come back, she was content just to welcome him. She was a woman who never asked questions. Obviously, of course, the only one of her kind that ever existed. On one of his periodic business trips, happened to be in Weston-super-Mare, when in a crowded, narrow street, and before he could do anything about it, he met Bessie. His most embarrassing moment, you say? Not a bit. He told Bessie he'd been looking for her everywhere. Where on earth had she got to? He told Bessie that, and he made it stick. What exactly he said to her, how in the world he explained away the fact that he'd never tried to get in touch with her friends or relations, we shall never know. But it just shows you the power that Smith had over women. So Bessie and her over-married husband were reunited. They took a house on a year's lease and moved in. Edith, his other wife, no doubt continued to sell second-hand furniture. No comparison. Smith was very hard up at this time. He found out that the only way he could get hold of his wife's money was to have mutual wills made between husband and wife, each leaving the other all they possessed. If either should die, their possession would go to the other. If Bessie should die... On July the 8th, the bills were signed. A few days later, Smith, calling himself Williams, you remember, took Bessie to see a doctor.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Williams? It's the wife, Doctor. She seems quite all right, but yesterday she had a fit. A fit? Yes, went all sort of straight, and her eyes were staring. And then she got the shakes. It was awful, Doctor. Scared me stiff. How very distressing.
The strange part is that I remember nothing about it at all.
No, one usually doesn't.
I just had a slight headache yesterday, but I feel perfectly all right now. Really, I do.
All the same, I think we'd better give you a thorough going over, Mrs. Williams. Don't you think so? Just to be on the safe side, you know.
But whichever side, safe side, inside or outside, the doctor could find nothing wrong with easy-going, unsuspecting Bessie.
I'm sure you have no cause to be alarmed. Just take things quietly for a while, Mrs. Williams. Try to relax and don't worry about anything.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I will.
I'll give your husband a bottle of medicine for you. So just a sedative, something to quieten the nerves. I'll look after her, Doctor. She'll be all right. Won't you, Bessie?
Yes, Henry, dear. I know you'll take good care of me.
2 days later, Smith and Bessie returned home from a second visit to the doctor.
But I'm so worried, Henry. I never had fits before. Nobody in our family ever had fits.
Now, Bessie, you mustn't worry. The doctor says there's nothing really wrong with you. These things just happen sometimes.
It's so confusing. I don't ever remember anything about having a fit. Afterwards, I mean.
Well, you get to bed early tonight and have a good rest. And tomorrow, if you find your headache coming on again, I'll fix you a nice hot bath. That'll be just the thing. A nice hot bath. There. It's almost full enough.
It's a lovely bath, Henry. I think you were so clever to get such a bargain.
Yes, but it's a half a crown cheaper than the fellow was asking. After all, I have to be careful how I spend your money.
Oh, it isn't my money, Henry. It's our money.
Yes, dear. And remember, very shortly I shall have money of my own again. If all goes well.
I'm sure it will. Someday we'll have a boss that doesn't have to be filled by hand. One of those modern ones. Won't you?
Yes, dear. There. That's nice and warm, isn't it?
Perfect, Henry, dear. You're so good to me.
Now you get in and just lie there and relax. Put all your worries out of your mind and just relax. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Doctor, what took you so long? I can't get Jessie out of the bath. She's laying there with her head under the water. I came as fast as I could. Oh, where is she? In here. Help me lift her. Oh, she's a dead weight. Must be unconscious. I only left her for a minute. She must have had another fit. I'll put her down on the floor gently. I'll try artificial respiration.
But it was too late. There was nothing the doctor could do. She was dead. There were no bruises on the body, and the verdict at the inquest was that Betty had died accidentally through an epileptic seizure which had caused her to fall back under the water. The doctor's testimony that he'd been treating her for fits carried great weight. Although Smith appeared greatly shocked at his loss, he spent only 7 guineas on the funeral, and the very next day started to get probate for the will. He eventually got all Betty's money. He went back to Bristol and to his wife Edith, the woman who never asked questions. He told her he'd been on a long business trip to Canada on the matter of a Chinese image, which he had sold very successfully. He soon lost most of that money in a real estate deal and went off on another business trip. Her name was Alice Burnham, 25-year-old nurse, and as usual, they were married a few days after their meeting. Alice had very little money, and so before their marriage, Smith took the precaution of having her life insured for £500. 2 days after her will was made in his favor, the honeymoon couple went to Blackpool, where they took lodgings with a Mrs. Crossley. To her relatives, Alice wrote long letters of praise about the best husband in the world and how well he was taking care of her. He was. But she didn't mention the fact that she started to have fits. Oh, yes, Smith had obviously decided he was on a good thing. The ideal way of making money without too much trouble for himself. Of course, it included murder, but with the poor dear so eager to do what he told them, it was all just... On the second evening of their stay in Blackpool, Smith came to the landlady with a request.
Mrs. Crosby, my wife was wondering if you'd do her a favor.
Such a pretty young girl, Mr. Smith. I'd be glad to.
So we're going out for a short walk, and she'd be very glad if you'd let her have a bath when you return.
Why, certainly, Mr. Smith. I'll have my daughter attend to it at once.
No hurry. We won't be back for an hour or so. If you could just have the water nice and hot.
Oh, there's nothing like a hot bath, is there? So relaxing to take your mind off all your worries.
Yes, indeed. I quite agree with you.
Another bride, another bath, another murder. Burnham died in her bath. The verdict of the coroner's court was accidental death. George Joseph Smith chalked up 2 perfect murders to his discredit and went back to his wife Edith in Bristol. He told her his business trip this time had taken him to Spain. Again, she believed him implicitly, asked no questions. What a woman. And what a man. Or what a devil was this so-called husband of hers who went by the good, honest, everyday English name of Smith. Those eyes of his filled some people with cold fear, others with a blind faith in him and an eagerness to do whatever he wanted them to. It wasn't always necessary for Smith to go in for murder. He preferred, if possible, and it was that trouble, just to vanish out of the lives of his victims, with, of course, whatever cash or valuables he could pry loose from them. Once, when he returned to Edith Pegler, he brought her the complete trousseau of the woman he had just deserted, saying he'd made a good business deal in second-hand clothes. Margaret Lofty was the next of his brides. On the very day of their marriage, Smith took her to a London doctor with the usual complaint of a fit. Next morning, she went to a solicitor and made a will in her husband's favor. Need I add that her life had already been insured for the nice, comfortable sum of £700? In the parlor of a London lodging house, Smith is playing on a small harmonium, waiting for the bride he married yesterday. And where is she? Yes, you're right, upstairs, taking a bath. Heard the music stop, and then the front door slammed. A few minutes later, she answered the ring of the front door bell and found Mr. Smith, whom she knew as John Lloyd, standing on the steps.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, I just popped out to buy some tomatoes for my wife's supper. She's very partial to fried tomatoes.
Now, isn't that thoughtful of you? I'll find some to go with your supper. It's nearly ready.
My wife come down yet?
No, haven't seen her.
I'll just nip up and tell her she'd better hurry.
I did enjoy your playing, Mr. Lloyd.
And George? Margaret? Margaret, are you ready yet? Margaret! Mrs. Black! Mrs. Black! Come help me! She's fainted in the barn!
Another of his brides accidentally drowned in her bath. I can hear you asking, how long can this devil keep on getting away with it? Remember what I said about the danger of repeating a successful murder? You're bound to be found out. A few days later, Inspector Neal came into his office at Scotland Yard.
Good morning, Sergeant. Anything interesting in the press today?
Good morning, Inspector Neal. Well, I haven't opened all the letters yet. So far, there's 4 inquiries about missing persons.
Yeah?
Another plaintive note from Mrs. Dorr, who wants to know why we haven't found our missing Pekingese dog.
Oh.
And a letter from a man warning us to be ready for the end of the world on Saturday.
I don't believe it's true, do you?
A bit rough, wouldn't it? Saturday's payday.
Well, write and tell him so.
Wait a minute. This looks interesting, sir. Letter here from a man who runs a lodging house in Blackpool. He's enclosed a newspaper clipping about an inquest on a woman's death 3 years ago, in which one of his lodgers was involved. Verdict of accidental drowning in a bath.
Let's see that letter. I'll say. Says he read in the papers about another accidental drowning of the same kind in London a few days ago. Both women supposed to have had epileptic fits. Could it be only coincidence? Well, why not? People have fits all over the place. Why not fits in their bath?
True enough. All right, well, that's that.
No. Look into it. I don't know why I put in it. And Mr. Crowley of Blackpool. And we'll check through the files to see how many more accidents of this sort has been.
It was as close as that. The murder almost escaped notice even after Scotland Yard was told about it. But, of course, once they started on the trail, it was all up with our hypnotic friend. What was he doing meanwhile? Snug in his cozy home with Edith Pegler. The wife who never asked questions, you remember? But this time I afraid she must have asked one or two because he was planning, what you would suppose. How's your headache now, Edith, dear?
I'm afraid it really isn't any better. Sorry to be such a nuisance.
Not a bit of it, dear. We'll have you fixed up in no time. I'll tell you what to do. Run upstairs and draw a nice hot bath.
A bath?
Yes, Edith. A bath.
That's a bit of a surprise coming from you.
What do you mean?
You've always been so funny about me having baths. I remember ever so many times you warning me that too many baths aren't good for a woman.
Well, I've changed my mind now.
After all these years, you do something.
Now run along, dear, like a good girl. You'll have your headache cured in no time.
Yes, dear. You always take such good care of me.
Edith.
Yes?
Call me just when you're ready to get into the bar.
All right, dear.
Who the perishing blazes can that be? All right, I'm coming. Who are you? What do you want?
Are you George Joseph Smith?
Yes.
We're police officers from Scotland Yard. I hold a warrant for your arrest. And it's my duty to warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence against you.
You've heard the expression, saved by the bell. If ever a woman was saved by the bell, it seems to be it was Edith Pegler. What do you think? Scotland Yard rang the doorbell just in time. Otherwise, Smith would have had one more murder to answer for. The trial caused a sensation throughout Great Britain. The courtroom was always crowded with spectators, mostly women, by the way, who wanted to see for themselves what this man was like. Dressed in a green waistcoat and a loose-fitting sports coat, he sat in the dock opposite the judge, staring at him with those compelling eyes of his. Eyes set high above prominent cheekbones, narrow lips, and a pointed chin. Hear what Sir Edward Marshall Hall, one of the leading barristers today who was defending Smith, had to say.
He had a horrible way of looking at one. It gave me a most unpleasant feeling, and I certainly formed the opinion that he had a curious way of influencing people.
Sir Edward Marshall Hall was quite convinced that Smith was trying to hypnotize him. Now, you realize the extraordinary thing about this case was that there was nothing but circumstantial evidence to prove this man was a murderer. A lot of people think you can't hang a man on circumstantial evidence alone. I wonder where that idea came from. All the same, the judge had a very ticklish point to decide. It was not, is this man innocent or guilty, but is there sufficient evidence in law to convict this undoubtedly guilty man? The difference there, you see. Nobody could prove that Smith himself actually held those three women under the water until they were drowned. But the way each death had occurred in exactly the same manner, well, it was asking too much of anyone to believe that it could have been just coincidence. Nevertheless, Smith's counsel tried to argue it was possible.
It would be difficult to believe that the same number could come up on a roulette table 5 times in succession. But if it happened, my lad, you would not be entitled to convict the croupier as a dishonest man.
On the contrary, if I saw it happen and the same people were at the table all the time, I should consider I had a perfect right to grow highly suspicious.
Smith was quiet as he sat there listening to the evidence piling up against him. But when Inspector Neal went into the witness box, he suddenly lost all control.
He's a scoundrel. He ought to be in this box. He will be one day. Sit down. He's been going up the crime for the last 5 years. I don't get what you say. You can't sentence me to death. I've done no murder. I'm innocent.
How could he be innocent? How could he ever think himself innocent? Unless, and mind you, this is just an idea, unless he put those women into a hypnotic trance and let them drown themselves. If that's how it happened, if he didn't actually hold them under the water himself, his sick brain might twist that into a belief that he was innocent. Inspector Neal had a theory as to how these murders were done, too. More the sort of theory you'd expect from Scotland Yard, more practical. As a matter of fact, almost too practical. It caused a sensation when he offered to put on a demonstration right there. The 3 bathtubs had been admitted as evidence. He had one of them filled with water. Then he produced a pretty girl in a bathing suit. From then on, things grew livelier by the minute.
Gentlemen of the jury, you are about to witness a practical demonstration of the method by which the prisoner Smith could have caused the death of those women who loved and trusted him, and who died, he says, accidentally. This young lady has consented to play the part of the victim. I myself will take the part we contend was played by George Joseph Smith. Are you ready, Miss?
Yes, Inspector.
Very good. Now, if you'll be so kind as to step into the bath.
Like this?
Yes. Crouch over a bit as though you were going to sit down. And stay well back so that you won't bump your head as you fall. I ask the jury to remember that there were no marks of violence on any of the victims, except for 2 small bruises on the arm of Margaret Lofty.
Have you arranged for the doctor to be present, just in case?
Yes, lad. He's sitting over there.
Very good. You may proceed with your extremely interesting demonstration.
Now, miss, you quite understand what I'm going to do, don't you?
Yes. You grab me by the feet and then tip me over, face downwards in the water.
That's it. And you pretend to struggle.
Yes.
Right. Now. Help me out of her, somebody. She's pretending she's fainted. Good Lord, help me. Doctor! The doctor! Get the doctor, please!
Inspector Neal's little experiment proved almost too realistic. The girl, a strong swimmer, was completely unconscious, and they had real difficulty in bringing her round. Having heard and seen all the evidence, it took the jury exactly 22 minutes to bring in a verdict of guilty. And though Smith appealed, the higher court upheld the verdict. George Joseph Smith paid for his crimes on the scaffold in August 1915. I wonder, would Smith have been able to cheat the hangman if he'd pleaded insanity? Never, I don't know. But undoubtedly the man was quite mad. How else can you explain the behavior of a man who could read Shakespeare to one woman in a garden soon after he brutally killed another? Who could sit quietly at an organ and play a dirge for his bride, Nearer My God to Thee, a few minutes after he callously drowned her? To me, Smith is quite incredible. And, I'll admit it, fascinating, too. As a footnote to the story of George Joseph Smith, let me tell you about Caroline Beatrice Thornhill, the first woman he married. Somehow he managed to get her into trouble with the police and deserted her. 2 years later, Beatty was in London and saw her husband looking in a shop window. But unlike Bessie Mundy, you remember, Beatty did not believe in sweet reunions. He had her husband arrested by the nearest policeman and sent to jail for 2 years hard labor for receiving stolen goods. Tit for tat, you might call it. When he came out of prison, Smith swore to murder her. Beatty fled to Canada for safety, vowing she'd never come back to England. But she did. Yes, when Smith was sentenced to death, his first bride was there in court to see. Treacle is sweet, she said, but revenge is sweeter. Nice girl.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. From the Black Museum. A repository of death. Yes, here in a grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide. Here, everyday objects, a silk scarf, a length of twine, a child's toy, all are touched by murder. Now, this jar, not in one of the cheap stained glass container, the type you find in a laboratory, what's in it? A colorless fluid. Water, perhaps? A cleaning spirit? No.
Acid. Well, just the thing to decompose a body without leaving any traces.
Exactly, Sergeant. You'd better take a sample of it.
Very well, Inspector. There's a jar on the shelf here. I'll use that.
Today, that jar containing the acid sample can be seen in the Black Museum. annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. Museum, Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Here lies death, unseen but ever present, uncatalogued but orderly, enveloping the shadows, papering the walls, carpeting the floor. Death, for display purposes only. Here's a hypodermic syringe. It was once used to inject life-preserving serums and later used to inject poison. And death. Here's an umbrella. Ordinary, everyday umbrella. Ordinary and everyday up to a point. That is. Look closer and you'll see just how sharp that point is. Just how lethal a sword stick can be as a weapon of murder. Oh, here we are. Here's the acid jar. Sealed and somber looking in its place on a shelf. Once this jar rested on another shelf, a workshop shelf in Crawley. But let's not anticipate. Let's begin our story at its beginning. Not on a shelf of a workshop in Crawley, but in the dining room of a hotel in Kensington. Dinner time. One corner of the room, at a table set for two, sits an attractive, fashionably dressed woman. She's joined by another equally as attractive and equally fashionably dressed.
Agnes.
Oh, Rennie. I'd almost given you up to lost.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, my dear. But just as I was leaving my room, I ran into Mr. Hart. He's such a lovely man. I simply couldn't resist stopping to have a few words with him.
Mr. Hart?
The nice-looking one I pointed out to you at lunchtime.
Oh, yes, of course.
He really is the sweetest thing. And so friendly.
I thought he looked rather intriguing. You must introduce us.
I will, my dear. And sooner than you think. I've asked him to join us when he comes down. You don't mind, I hope.
Oh, on the contrary.
I'm so glad. I know you'll like him.
Isn't that him coming in now?
So it is. Over here, Mr. Hart.
Ah. Oh, forgive me for keeping you so long, Mrs. Regan. I had a little bother with my necktie.
Oh, please don't apologize. I only just arrived this minute myself. Oh, I'd like you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Mrs. Lansbury. Agnes, Mr. Hart.
How do you do, Mr. Hart?
Delighted, Mrs. Lansbury. I do hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, what a perfectly horrible thought. Of course you're not, Mr. Hart. Do sit down.
You're very kind.
What a thorough gentleman he was. And so amusing. So very, very amusing.
Oh, Mr. Hart, I do declare, it's a long time since I've laughed so much or enjoyed a meal so much.
Oh, save the latter compliments to the hotel cook, Mrs. Regan. And now I really must ask that you excuse me.
So soon? You won't take coffee with us?
Oh, much as I'd like to, Mrs. Regan, I'm afraid not. Oh. I have some rather pressing business to attend to this evening. Business that won't wait, even for coffee. Some other time, perhaps?
Oh, we'll hold you to that, you know.
Oh, please do, Mrs. Lansbury. Please do.
The two ladies, who were both widows, chatted on till late that evening, discussing the numerous virtues and charms of their newfound acquaintance, a topic that was continued the following morning at breakfast and then again at lunch.
Will he be dining with us this evening?
I'll ask him when he comes in. Don't forget. As if I could, my dear.
The amiable Mr. Hart proved only too ready to accept a second dinner invitation and a third. He appeared to enjoy the two ladies' company as much as they did his. But it was upon Mrs. Regan that he centered most of his attention.
I thought of taking a stroll in the country this afternoon, Mrs. Regan. You wouldn't care to join me, I suppose?
Why, I'd love to, Mr. Hart. I simply adore the country.
Fine. We'll start out straight after lunch.
The country stroll agreed with Mrs. Regan, as proved by the healthy flush in her cheeks that evening as she sat down to dinner with Mrs. Lansbury.
You're looking very radiant tonight, my dear.
Oh, am I?
Your afternoon jaunt with Mr. Hart appears to have brought about a most desirable effect.
It was rather refreshing.
He's not coming down this evening?
He has another business engagement.
Oh. What exactly is his business, my dear?
Well, I'm not sure. He never really discussed it with me.
Pity. Oh, by the way, I'm off to town to do some shopping tomorrow afternoon. I thought we might go together.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but I'm afraid I've made other arrangements.
Oh?
Yes. I promised to meet Mr. Hart. We're going to Crawley for the afternoon.
Oh, how nice for you.
You don't mind?
Oh, no, of course not. We can leave our trip to town to next week sometime. It makes no difference to me.
No, it made no difference to Agnes Lansbury. But to Renee Ashcroft Regan, it made a great deal of difference. The difference between life and death. Mrs. Regan did not appear for dinner the next evening, or did Mr. Hart. Nothing particularly unusual about that. Obviously, they decided to stay in Crawley for dinner. Mrs. Lansbury dined alone at the hotel. The following morning, arriving down late for breakfast, she was surprised to find that there was still no sign of her friend.
Funny. Not often she misses breakfast.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Lansbury.
Oh, Mr. Hart, good morning.
Mrs. Regan not down yet?
No, not yet.
Not like her to be late.
Well, she probably stepped in.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Have you had breakfast?
Yes, I came in earlier, just on my way out.
Business again?
That's right. Well, I must be off. No doubt I'll see you at dinner.
Yes, don't be late.
I won't. Till this evening, then.
Yes.
It was almost 9 o'clock when Mrs. Lansbury finally left the breakfast table, and still no sign of Mrs. Regan. Strange Mr. Hart had not mentioned their visit to Crawley the previous afternoon. But perhaps the dear man preferred to keep it a secret. One never knew what sort of gossip could spread itself about a hotel, even a spark of encouragement. Still it did seem rather odd. It seemed even more odd when Mrs. Regan did not appear for lunch. A feeling of uneasiness crept over Mrs. Lansbury. Perhaps her friend was ill. She would make some inquiries.
Oh, boy.
Yes, madam?
Have you seen Mrs. Regan about at all this morning?
Mrs. Regan? No, madam. Not that I can remember.
Well, perhaps you'd better take me to her room.
Very good, madam. This way.
The bellhop looked pretty in his blue uniform with a red braid and brass buttons. Such a fresh young face. So unspoiled looking and clean. With a quick, toothy smile. Not as engaging a smile as Mr. Hart's, perhaps, but nevertheless quite attractive in its way.
Here we are, madam.
Oh, thank you. Oh, here.
Thank you, madam. Anything else you might be wanting?
Well, I'm not sure yet. Just a moment.
Must have stepped out for a bit.
Oh, I'll try the door. Locked. Renee? Renee? Are you in there?
Nothing wrong, is there, madam?
I don't know. I think Mrs. Regan may be ill. You better go and call the manager. Tell him to bring a pass.
Very good, madam. Copy, Jeff.
The hotel manager arrived in due course, asked a few rather pointless questions, fiddled with his large key ring, and finally opened the door to Mrs. Regan's room. It was empty.
It looks as though your flowers were groundless, Mrs. Lansbury. She must have gone into town for the day.
That still doesn't explain why she didn't come down to breakfast this morning.
Oh, perhaps she didn't feel like it. Still, I'll have a word with the room maid. She may have noticed something when she came in to tidy up.
The room maid was duly summoned and questioned. No, Mrs. Regan had not been in her room when she came in to clean up. Yes, she'd noticed something unusual, something most unusual, as a matter of fact. Mrs. Regan's bed had not been slept in on the previous night.
That settles it. Something's happened to her. I can feel it. She's met with some kind of accident and...
Pray calm yourself, Mrs. Lansbury. I'm sure there's...
Well, how can I calm myself when my closest friend has disappeared into thin air?
My
But the police must be informed at once.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Lansbury. Let's not be too hasty.
Please don't argue with me, Mr. Stewart. I want them contacted immediately.
Very well, if you insist. But I would ask you to refrain from mentioning the matter to any of the other guests, at least until we have something definite.
At the hotel manager's request, Mrs. Lansbury agreed to keep silent. But being a woman, she could not keep entirely silent. She had to confide in someone. Naturally enough, the someone she confided in was the benign Mr. James Gerald Hart. His concern was touching.
Dear me, this is most upsetting, Mrs. Lansbury. When was the last time you saw Mrs. Regan?
Just after lunch yesterday. She was on her way out.
Did she by any chance say where she was going?
Well, Mr. Hart, as a matter of fact, yes, she did.
Oh?
Yes, she said she was going to meet you in town, that you were going down to Crawley together. Did she meet you, Mr. Hart?
Well, no, she didn't. That's just what I was about to tell you. I'd arranged to meet her outside the Army and Navy stores in Victoria Street at 2 o'clock. I was there on time, and I waited over an hour, but she didn't show up.
Oh.
Have the police been contacted?
Well, yes. The hotel manager, Mr. Stewart, gave them a ring shortly after lunch.
They hadn't been here?
Well, not that I know of.
You know, I rather think it might be an idea if we went round to the station and had a word with them ourselves. We may be able to give them some lead or other. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's an excellent idea, Mr. Hart. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you'd suggest it.
Good. We can go straight away. I'll get my hat and coat and join you in the lobby in 10 minutes.
And so it was that the disappearance of Mrs. Renee Ashcroft Regan was confirmed. Mr. Hart repeated his story of the proposed Crawley visit to the police, and that story was accepted. At that time, there was no reason at all why it should not have been. Well, today evidence to the contrary can be seen in the Black Museum. At least a dozen women are reported to the police as missing every week. Renee Ashcroft Regan was only one more female whose name and description had to be distributed to every station in the Metropolitan Police Force's area and printed in the current editions of the Police Gazette. Routine, nothing more. Steady, patient routine. At the Chelsea station, woman police sergeant Carol Henderson, whose duty it was to check through the daily records of missing persons in the area, came upon the case of Mrs. Regan and, as a routine step, paid a visit to the Kensington Hotel for a brief chat with those who had known her best. Naturally enough, the first name on her list was that of Mrs. Agnes Lansbury.
Now, Mrs. Lansbury, if you could just tell me when you last saw Mrs. Regan, what she was wearing, and as much as you can remember of any conversation that may have passed between you on the day of her disappearance.
Mrs. Lansbury could add nothing to what she had already told the police, but nevertheless was most helpful and directed Sergeant Henderson to the room of the much concerned but still charming Mr. James Gerald Hart.
Do sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, but I prefer to stand when I'm on duty.
It's not often one has the pleasure of meeting a lady policeman. But as you wish. If you don't mind, I would...
Not at all. Now, I understand, Mr. Hart, from what Mrs. Lansbury tells me, that you've arranged to meet Mrs. Regan on the day of her disappearance.
That's correct. I was to meet her at 2 o'clock outside the Army and Navy stores in Victoria Street.
But she didn't show up?
No.
How long did you wait for her, Mr. Hart?
Oh, at least an hour. Close to an hour and a half, I should imagine.
And then?
Well, as you may know, we intended going to Crawley together. When I realized she wasn't coming, I drove down alone.
Oh, I see. Exactly what had you intended going to Crawley for, Mr. Hart?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have an interest in a chemical factory down there. I'm what you might call a research chemist.
Oh, yes?
Mrs. Regan was hoping to purchase some samples of certain plastic fingernails I'm manufacturing.
I see. Well, I think that's all I need from you at the present, Mr. Hart. Thank you for your time and your cooperation.
No trouble at all, Sergeant. I'm most anxious to have this matter cleared up, you understand. Mrs. Regan and I were close friends, and I hate to think that anything may have happened to her.
Quite.
If I can help you in any way, I'll only be too pleased.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Hart, but I think we'll be able to manage. If we need any further information from you, you can rest assured we'll get in touch with you.
Sergeant Henderson returned to the Chelsea police station. She had listened to what had seemed a straightforward story, but there was a doubt nagging at her. Hart's manner had been very obliging and polite, but there had been something about him she didn't like, something that didn't ring true. That something took her to the office of Divisional Inspector Russell White, to whom she expressed her doubts.
So you think it's a bit fishy, eh, Sergeant?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, sir, but, well, I do think Hart might bear checking up on.
Oh, that's good enough for me. Scotland Yard, please. Criminal Records Office.
Within the hour, the checkup had been made, and the results phoned back to Chelsea. Results that stood by Sergeant Henderson's feminine intuition. According to the records, the plausible Mr. Hart had served 2 sentences for fraud.
Well, there you have it, Sergeant. It appears he's been up twice in the past 10 years.
I can't say it surprises me.
Perhaps not, but I wouldn't let it influence you too much. Just because a man has a record, it doesn't say he knows anything about Mrs. Regan's disappearance.
That's true.
I think at this stage, the best thing we can do is to forget about Hart for a while and concentrate on Mrs. Regan herself. Give the newspapers a full description of her and the clothes she was last seen wearing. The usual thing.
All right, I'll get onto it straight away.
Thus did the story of Mrs. Renee Ashcroft Regan's disappearance receive its first coverage in the London newspapers. A close-up photograph, and underneath it, a full description of the missing woman as she was last seen by Mrs. Lansbury prior to her leaving the hotel for her proposed meeting with James Hart.
Mm-hmm. Well, that should bring results, Sergeant.
Let's hope so, Inspector.
The jewelry's the thing. Mrs. Lansbury's quite sure she was wearing it when she left the hotel.
She was most emphatic about it.
Good. Every jeweler and hock store proprietor in London's been alerted. If a legitimate sale is attempted, we'll hear of it.
2 days passed. No information was received by the police. Then, on the 3rd day, word came through that a Persian lamb coat very similar to the one worn by Mrs. Regan at the time of her disappearance had been found in a cleaner's shop near Crawley. It was later identified by Agnes Lansbury and then brought to the Chelsea police station for analysis. Laboratory tests, however, failed to uncover any further leads.
Nothing more, Inspector?
I'm afraid not. Pity it went through the wash before it was noticed.
Yes.
Still, I suppose we shouldn't complain. At least we know now, without a shadow of doubt, that something has happened to Mrs. Regan.
And also that it happened somewhere in the vicinity of Crawley, which is where she was supposed to have been going with Hart.
A further 2 days passed. Then came the information that Inspector White had been waiting for. A report was received that jewelry fitting the description issued by the police and newspapers had been offered for sale to the proprietor of the second-hand store in Horsham. It was also identified by Mrs. Lansbury as belonging to the missing Mrs. Regan. Proprietor, Solly Jacobs, was questioned by Inspector White.
Just how long have you been holding this jewelry, Mr. Jacobs?
1 week tomorrow. Party brought it in just after lunch.
Well, that fits. And this party gave his name as Jones, you say?
Well, here's the ticket. John Jones.
You couldn't give us a description of him, I don't suppose?
Well, so let me be remembering like he was short, stocky, with a dark hair, and, well, I'm not quite sure, but I think he had a small mustache.
A small mustache. Anything else?
Well, not that I can bring to mind, no.
Yes. Well, it just so happens, Mr. Jacobs, I have a few photographs in my pocket of men who could fit the description you've given me. I wonder if you'll take a look at them.
Well, what have I to lose?
What about this one?
No.
This?
No, that's nothing like it.
How about this one?
Mm.
Well?
Aye, that's it.
You're sure of that?
As sure as I'm standing here. I never forget a fight.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. You've been very helpful.
Returning to the Chelsea police station, Inspector White summoned Sergeant Henderson to his office, bringing her up to date on his visit to Horsham. He produced the photograph that had been recognized by Jacobs.
James Gerald Hart.
As he was when arrested in 1939 for fraud.
Hasn't changed much.
Fortunately for us.
Going to pull him in?
All in good time. If he's done away with Mrs. Regan, as facts seem to indicate, he must have deposited her body somewhere.
His chemical factory.
Well, that's as good a place to start looking as any. Tell Peters and Cunningham to stand by. We'll pick up Hart on the way down.
20 minutes later, Inspector White, accompanied by Sergeant Henderson, arrived at the Kensington Hotel and asked for Mr. Hart. That smiling gentleman, as smooth and suave as ever, came downstairs immediately, greeting the sergeant with an airy wave of his hand.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. I was hoping you'd call again.
Oh?
Yes. I've been rather anxious to hear what progress has been made in the search for Mrs. Regan.
Perhaps you better ask Inspector White here that question. He's taken over the handling of the case.
Oh? How do you do, Inspector?
Mr. Hart. Before I answer your questions, Mr. Hart, I've a few I'd like you to answer for me.
By all means, fire away.
Sergeant Henderson tells me that you have an interest in a certain chemical factory at Crawley.
That's correct.
And that you arranged to take Mrs. Regan there on the afternoon of her disappearance.
Yes.
We'd rather like to look over this factory if it can be managed. Just routine, you understand?
Of course. Any time, Inspector. Will tomorrow morning suit you?
Hardly, Mr. Hart. It'll have to be this afternoon.
Well, I'm not sure that would be convenient, Inspector. You see, I have a business appointment in Chelsea at 3, and then...
I'm afraid your business appointment will have to wait, Mr. Hart.
But, Inspector...
Let's be on our way, shall we? I've a car waiting outside.
For a fleeting second, the ever-present smile almost faded from the lips of James Hart. Then it broadened, and his perfect white teeth flashed in the sunlight streaming through a lobby window.
Lead on, Inspector.
Little was said during the trip down to Crawley. In the back seat of the police car on either side of Hart, Inspector White and Sergeant Henderson interested themselves in the swiftly passing countryside, and in the front, Constable Rex Peters sat grimly at the wheel, and beside him, equally as grim-faced, sat Sergeant Dennis Cunningham. The silence appeared to amuse Mr. Hart, who chuckled audibly to himself more than once before remarking casually,
Lovely spot, Crawley, don't you agree, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, yes, indeed.
I've often thought how very pleasant it would be to live down here. Oh, next turning to the right, Constable.
A few minutes later, the police car came to a standstill outside the Hart Chemical Factory, which proved to be little more than a glorified workshop fitted up as a laboratory. Hart remained in the car under the watchful eyes of Peters and Cunningham while the inspector and Sergeant Henderson entered the wooden building.
Well, plenty of experimental equipment lying about.
Nothing much else as far as I can see.
No.
Certainly no corpus delicti.
Hold on. What's in those drums over there?
Well, looks like some kind of oil.
Yes, sir. Oil be hanged. It's acid.
Drums of acid in a laboratory. Nothing very odd about that, unless that acid happens to contain the undissolved remains of a human body.
Acid. Just the thing to decompose a corpse without leaving any trace.
Exactly, Sergeant. But in this case, I think it may have left traces. Look, floating on the surface.
Looks like a piece of bone.
With particles of flesh still clinging to it. You'd better take a sample of the acid itself. Siphon it out.
Very well, Inspector. There's a jar on the shelf here. I'll use that.
James Gerald Hart made no attempt to deny the accusation of murder that was subsequently leveled at him. On the contrary, knowing the game was up, he admitted his guilt freely, stating that he had first shot Mrs. Regan and deprived her of her clothing and jewelry, then deposited her body in the drum of acid, a sample of which today occupies this position of honor in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
The defense, brilliantly conceived, was, of course, insanity. To strengthen this plea, Hart cheerfully claimed to have done away with no fewer than 9 other victims in a similar fashion to that in which he had disposed of Mrs. Regan. Whether or not this claim was justified will probably never be known. But it is an established fact that at the time of his trial, 5 of those he named as his victims had been missing from their homes for months. They have not been found to this day. However, justified or not, his plea was rejected and he was found guilty of murder in the first degree. His subsequent execution relieved the world of a murder student who set up in practice before taking his diploma. For James Gerald Hart was by no means an accomplished killer. The trail he left behind him bears out that fact. Rather could he be described as a dabbler in the art of dealing death, who dabbled just once too often. And now, until we meet next time in the same place, I tell you another story about the Black Museum. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
You have Page Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.